We're all
And
set?
YouTube's gonna be a sec. No one's watching our YouTube video. Shucks.
0 views.
0 views.
That's the way we like it, Katie.
Yep,
Keep it that way.
Katie, then we're all set to start?
we're all set. All the attendees are here. I'm gonna start listing them. Give me a sec here. So we've got our first, no one's watching our YouTube video. Shucks. 0 views. 0 views.
So Katie, what they'll do is they're gonna go through the minutes here first, so you got some time.
Oh yeah, that's right. Let me know when we're on a,
The first item, after they get done with their minutes, then you can bring in that panel.
Uh-oh, what did I just do?
You're still there, Steve. Don't worry.
You know, I went to
You,
move the computer and I hit the sound off. Let's call this meeting to order. First order of business would be the approval of the minutes from.
August 4th.
August 4th.
So moved.
I second it.
So motion by Naylor, seconded by Childs. King,
Yes.
Childs,
Yes.
Naylor.
Yes.
Okay.
Very good.
Now,
We have a generous agenda today. Let's get to it. First order, it would be 506 Falls Road. I'm a little puzzled that it says HSR required, but I don't have one. So what's the story on that?
let me scroll down here. I think I have the HSR.
Did you send it this week or last week?
I sent it yesterday.
Oh, so
Oh.
I missed
I think
it too.
Katie sent it out on Friday.
Well, I got 2 on
I-
Friday.
So
I didn't see it either.
Let's
Well-
take a look at it.
Harry, have you shared the screen yet? I don't see anything on my end.
I
Yeah,
think
I'm
the
not
two that Katie sent were 480 Somerset and 143 East Washington.
Right.
Right.
then I guess we don't have that one.
Okay.
And I just lost my screen share.
I see an agenda up. Is that from you, Harry?
Yeah, that was from me.
On mine, it's just,
Do you still see the agenda now?
Yes.
You might be sharing that program versus sharing your screen.
Okay, do you see it go over to 506?
Nope,
I don't see any of that.
no movement.
All right, stand by.
If you could
I don't see anything.
stop share and start share again.
Oh, now I have everybody on.
Oh, the agenda was,
Okay, now we got it.
yeah,
Okay, so now you see the agenda,
Yes.
and I'm gonna jump over to 506. You see that?
I'm sorry, I don't have the shared screen for some reason. Hang on. It says I'm viewing Harry's screen, but there's no Zoom
And I'm just seeing your
ratios.
cursor on the agenda, Harry.
Yeah, that's what I see too.
That's what I see also.
All right, let me stop screen share and redo it.
We can probably,
sounds like an evil laugh, Steve.
Yeah, what was
Well,
that?
I gotta stay away from my computer. I moved it and I thought I turned the whole damn thing off. Are we good
No,
now?
you're still there.
Yeah, unfortunately.
All right, now your cursor is moving, so that's good.
Oh, Harry, I thought that was my file. God, we're usually better than this. Thanks for
So-
being patient, Steve.
That's okay.
Do you see
Yeah.
the RSA letter?
No, we're,
Oh,
No, I
I
just
see
see
a
your
highlighted
files.
506.
We just see your windows, your internet, your Explorer windows.
right, you might be sharing that program instead of actually sharing your screen.
Yeah, no,
The week of technical difficulties.
Katie could try and do it too.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to get her.
Computers and everything work well until you really need them.
We've been, so far, so good. We've been pretty good with these meetings, I think.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I know my husband watches a lot of, podcasts and tech shows. And there is actually a show which is just totally Zoom. And all they do is ask Zoom questions. There's probably about 20 to 25 guys and girls who are on there answering these people's questions because they have so many different problems with it. It's pretty interesting to,
So what do you normally do?
Go down here. Click on that. There's all my tabs
But for screen share, how does it normally?
down here. Right here.
You guys see that?
Yeah,
we see, yeah,
we see your
the
cursor
agenda.
moving,
Yep.
but try one of the opening it up.
Try 506 Falls. See that?
Vote.
Highlighting 506.
It's not opening. The file isn't opening.
We're not
Okay.
seeing your PDF, we're just seeing the Windows screen, so.
Katie,
Okay.
Katie, do you have the screen share on your?
Don't worry,
computer?
I got it. Just
Okay.
hold on. Where were you?
So you can stop the screen share.
No, so you got to go this way. So when we go. Now, can you see it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
When you're
Yay.
doing it, you got to go you got to click there first and then go to what you want. You know what I mean? Instead of just going straight off your whatever.
All right, want to try this again?
Sure.
Okay, 506, you see the RSA letter, right?
Yep,
Okay,
great.
so I don't have an HSR on that, even though I did send something out, but we've never received nothing back. It's just a small dormer edition. Steve,
Yes.
as you can see here, let me blow it up. I believe the architect is on. He can walk you through it.
I'm actually the homeowner.
Okay. I'm sure you're more than capable of walking us through it too.
Yeah, so as you just mentioned, it is just a small dormer addition. The purpose of it is twofold. You know, we want to add another architectural element to the home other than just the vast roof that's sitting there, as well as in the interior upstairs. It's a Cape Cod style. So up there is a pretty dark hallway that leads to 3 bedrooms and a bathroom. So we're just trying to bring some more natural light into the upstairs there, as well as provide another sitting area for our kids. I don't really know what else much more to say. I think it fits in with the architectural style of the home, as well as just provides, like I said, another architectural element. Hopefully it provides some curb appeal to the home. The plan is to also get to put on a new asphalt shingle roof at the same time to just update that as well.
Can you go back up to the elevation view, Harry? Oh yeah, over to it. Okay, so as I look at that, and this would determine the building, I actually think I like the elevation view. The windows are scaled a little larger than the model shows. So the model probably is more of an approximation to give the general sense of it. And I think I like the model view, and I was looking to see maybe if it shifted over just a hair to the right, it would be actually centered over the posts, but it's really close. I mean, it looks pretty balanced on the facade. It just might be a touch to the left of center on your porch.
I think the intent is to center it on the.
Yeah, so other than that, I mean, I don't really have negative comments. I guess I would agree. It does add architectural interest to the house.
I don't know whether you like the windows bigger or smaller, but I prefer the architectural drawings, the detail, the size of this and scale of the windows. And it looks really, I mean, not like anybody ever sees it in this 2-dimensional elevation, but it looks centered to me, so.
The windows are different. The existing windows are different in the
Oh yeah,
drawing as well.
I think I agree. I'm sorry. I think it is centered. Yep.
The pillars aren't centered. That's what's throwing it off.
I think they're centered under the dormer. I think I was in error. I just didn't see it clearly.
I think it's great.
Maybe you're looking at the shadow that's casted on the elevation.
Yeah.
Right, but that's, yeah, yep. So anyway, what does the board think?
I like it. It's vastly different than the touched photograph or whatever that is. I like the mutton bars on all the windows on the drawing. Are they on the house?
Yeah, the existing windows on the first floor do have the mutton bars.
Okay, I couldn't see that in the photograph. At least not easily.
No, I'm good with the dormer addition. I think it's a practical solution to your upstairs. It works for me.
So
Yeah.
you have lap siding on the addition, and the house is brick except for the vertical.
And I apologize, this side elevation here to the left, that's misrepresented. So the brick is only on the first floor. So if you look at the grade line, the upstairs or the second floor and the whole back of the house, except for like a wainscot is siding.
And you're matching that siding.
Yeah, the front of the home that you're seeing on the front elevation, that is all brick, except under the porch there, which is a vertical siding. If you can zoom in there, yeah. But we're going to try to match the horizontal there. At some point, we would like to change that vertical siding as well, because my wife's not a huge fan of it, but that's not part of this scope.
I think the horizontal siding's nice, and as you can see there, those windows are just too small on that dormer. But the architectural drawings are what you're building off of. That actually works quite a bit better.
Mhm.
What year was the house built?
I believe 1964
Mhm.
or 63. I can't. It's not
Right in
escaping
that
my mind.
Okay. All righty.
You may need corner boards.
Should.
And so,
No, I agree.
and a gutter, I guess, and a downspout perhaps.
You might let the water just shed off that.
Just
onto
let it
the
go
lower
down.
roof.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think. it looks
Harry, how
great.
do we go forward without an HSR in this situation?
If you think, I can I'll follow up with prospectus. I mean, you could vote on it pending that there's no historic
Right.
adverse effects with it. I don't think there will be, but I'll let that decision be to you folks.
I agree.
We submitted for the SHR. Has it just not been completed yet?
Yeah, I don't think I think it might have got missed or it just hasn't come back yet. We got them on Friday of last week. I was off and Katie sent the stuff out, so I'm gonna have to follow up with her. So.
Like everything else in the world, everything's running late on,
Sure.
you know.
Yeah, they only sent me two.
I like that idea of approval pending the HSR.
Very good. I move to approve as presented. Do we have any suggestions? I'm not hearing any suggestions.
Corner boards.
Okay. Is that understood, Mr. Gonzalez, the corner board idea?
Yeah, you just mean on the side, on this for the siding. Just have
Yeah.
You'll need them.
No, I agree.
This is Bill Childs. What I would do is I would gang those windows together instead of having little pieces of siding in between. Because once you put trim around them, unless there's no trim on the house. But the three windows should be ganged so that the outside, there's more field on the two outsides, and put a corner board. And if you gang them, it'll look a little more like it's holding itself together instead of three separate punched openings.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Don't put them tight together. Put them like 6 inches apart or 5 inches apart with a board between them.
Right.
Yeah. Get them so that they're whatever twice the casing width, something like that.
Okay. Yeah, because I think now they're like 1'4" between each. So putting them together, that would allow more room for the corner boards too, right? So yeah, I agree with that.
Would the width of the total fenestration be the same? In other words,
Now,
three
it's going to get tighter. I'm worried it might get a little cheeky on the outsides, but
meaning the outside space is wider.
Yeah, you always want your field on the outside. You don't want those all equal like that. You want your field. If it's an A-B proportion, the inside should be, 1x and the outside should be 2x, for example. It should be wider. You should have field on the outside of each one of that dormer instead of all those being equal.
Okay. Is that understood? Okay, good. I had a motion in progress.
We need a second.
Presented with the ganging of the upper windows, with the outside space being more or less twice what's between the windows.
Second.
Okay, motion by King, seconded by Naylor. Childs,
Yes.
Naylor,
Yes.
King.
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Gonzalez, for the record, can you just state your name so our secretary can get it?
Yep, Steven Gonzalez.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in, Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What happens next?
Permits, come see me for your building permit.
Perfect. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. 237 North Street. A little explanation maybe, Harry, here. We had previous demo okay. It wasn't clear to me whether we okayed the demo or whether we were in process pending a variance. Did we
You
approve
were-
it?
Yeah, so here's the backstory. A different applicant had presented to the board a demolition of this detached garage and also making some rendering or changes to the existing house. And they went through the Board of Zoning Appeals and then they just decided not to do it. Since then, the house has changed owners and the new owner is asking for demolition of the garage and is proposing to build a smaller garage than what was first shown to you guys a few years ago. So Phil Keff is the architect, and I'll let him take it from here.
So that's kind of the story. They actually, the people that purchased the house, Richard and Patricia Wolf, actually rented the house for a year. And after a year, they decided, maybe they'll stick around and convince the owner to sell it. I think the owner, when they found out how expensive this garage is going to be, just decided to bail. It's in terrible shape. I think I sent drawings, Harry. I'm not sure whether they're part of this.
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
not,
they're here.
not drawings, but photographs. It's collapsing, and
Yeah.
there we go.
Yeah.
The deck next to it is also going to be demolished because it's failed as well. Richard is an excavator, so he's been sort of antsy to get started to take it down to see, how and where this would fit. But in the meantime, he had it surveyed, and so we know where we can put it, and we've got a plan that allows them to get in and out of the garage as best you can, given the fact that it's a 50-foot wide lot. And
What are the materials?
the siding is vinyl to match the house. The house is vinyl up below wood shingles, and he just went through and had carpenters. He wanted to replace the shingles on the house with vinyl as well, but I talked him out of that because they're in pretty good shape. He went through and had carpenters replace the bad shingles and power washed it and repainted it. He's changing the color of the house, even though it's vinyl, painting over it, and the garage is going to be basically to match.
So real shingles over vinyl lap.
Real shingles on that front gable and vinyl lap siding around the
So
side.
that's good. You're doing the shingles authentically.
Yeah, I think, we tried to keep this pitch low so that we did two things. First of all, the house was the garage was encroaching by about 1.5 feet into the side yard. So we've pushed it back and we've pushed it to the side. And the previous owner, or the previous proposal, had a taller garage, which required a variance so that they could leave it in place but still go up in height. He wants a garage. He doesn't want a usable space on the second floor. He doesn't need that.
What's the width of the garage?
It's the width of the yard or the garage?
No, the width of the front of the garage.
24 by 24.
Okay, so I think you could center that 18-foot door. But other than that, I have no comments. I think with an 18-foot door and a 24-foot wide garage, you could center that and make it. I think you could still make it in. I know you're cutting around the house, but
yeah,
I think that would actually still give him functional storage space on both sides with a 24-foot width.
Are you trying to get more in line with the driveway going in? Because it's tight
yeah,
back there?
we're pushing it off to the side. Well, for a couple of reasons. First of all, he drives a truck.
Oh, okay.
And so he's, you know, right now they're just kind of jockeying cars every day. The concern is, first of all, we have a door on the side that has the wider space so that they can get in and get around the vehicles. And, you know, I'm hesitant to suggest to move it over. It just, it seems like it's gonna make it worse for them to get in and out, and we're trying to make it better. And by moving, you know, if we could leave it where it was, then yes, you could center the door, but because we've moved it off the property line so that it doesn't require a variance, I'm pushing the garage door, I'm sort of following the garage door, leaving the garage door where it was, if you will, and just pushing it back. So
What's the distance between the back corner of the house and the front face of the garage? That, like, you know, lot depth, the depth they have to make that swing. Is that a hardship?
it's pretty tight. Yeah, it's less than the length of a car. About
Oh, you mean, yeah.
But George, if you look at the site plan here, you can see what Phil's trying to describe.
Yeah,
Looks
you
like
don't
about-
really have you don't really have a direct sight line that shows it's off center. I understand what you're trying to do there, because I looked back there and I couldn't believe how tight that space was
yeah.
coming in. So yeah, I get it.
So
It's
yeah,
just a comment. I mean, I think they'd still have plenty of room to get in since it's a more than typically accommodating garage width. And
well, what it does, George, is
I'm okay either way. I mean,
Yeah.
I know there's a practical consideration here.
I think I showed him sort of turning radiuses to get so his wife could back and turn into that space between the house and then drive out of the driveway going forward. It is just, I mean, it's really tight.
5-point turn, yeah.
Yeah, to make that turn, but she's pretty uncomfortable backing out of this.
Yeah, right onto North Street.
And
Right.
yeah, and right onto North Street as well. Yeah. So
Gotcha.
and then they would like, you know, they'd like me to consider trying to squeeze a bedroom on there. I'm not sure how the heck we do that, but we're going to get this one done and see how they feel about it next year, basically. So that's the plan.
I have a question on the materials. So you were saying he's going to paint the vinyl on the house because he's going to do a new paint job, but then he's putting vinyl on the garage, which is going to make it hard to match those two colors. Would he consider doing the bottom of the garage in wood as well so that he could paint and then the paint would all match?
I don't think he really wants to do that, no. And I'm not sure whether he picked a paint. I walk by there almost every day, but I haven't looked up. It may already be done. So.
Okay. Well, yeah, I drove by the house, but I wasn't paying attention to the paint. It's just hard to match paint color and a new vinyl.
Yeah.
And I'm always trying to get people to go towards wood anyway. So that's why I bring it up.
I agree. And if I could talk him into doing that for the house,
Okay.
I would talk him into doing it for the garage.
Well, yeah, the house, but right.
You know?
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Same here.
Thank you.
Is there a chairman around?
We have I'm not sure whether we need procedurally to have you vote to approve the demolition, because that's primarily what Richard wants to do right now, is take that garage down.
He wants to get that
He
excavator
wants to
out
get it
there.
out of there, yeah.
Have we lost Steve?
I have a question. We have a historical report and we haven't even voted on that? Do we need to do that, or
Not for this, you don't.
237 North Street?
There
It's an-
was one already on file, I believe,
Oh,
that
okay, all
Right,
right.
right.
Okay, I
that
just
we've
wanted to make
approved.
sure. I had it in
Yeah.
my paperwork. I just wanted to make
No,
sure. Okay.
Thank you, Joan. Thanks. Has Steve fallen off? I don't see him. If you want me to go ahead and make a motion, we could probably go ahead.
And Phil, I just want to make that comment, just remind him, I think about that, isn't it like a 30-day hold after we approve demolition? So
Yeah, I guess.
just remind him of
I will
that,
remind him.
or ask Harry.
Yes.
Okay, yes, okay.
Yeah.
So do
Okay.
we need a
Kind of that-
motion first for demolition of the existing structure?
Yes.
Harry, can we go ahead? I don't see Steve on the screen anymore.
As long as we got a quorum here, we're okay.
Okay, so I'm approved for demolition of the existing accessory building.
Okay, for demolition, it's been motioned by Naylor, seconded by Childs. Childs,
Yes.
Naylor,
Yes.
and King is in La La Land or something. Okay,
He somehow
demolition's
got
approved.
Kicked off. I don't know. I'm sure. he'll
Yeah,
come back.
he'll be back. He'll pop in here in a minute. And then I move to approve plans as presented.
Second.
Motion by Naylor, seconded by Childs to approve, final approval for the new garage. Childs,
Yes.
Naylor.
Yes.
Okay, motion's approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and Harry will definitely remind him that he's got 30 days.
Okay, hold on a second.
Oh,
Hello, Steve.
Here he is. We're just having a whole technical thing this morning. We've been doing so well.
You have no audio. All right,
I can hear him on the phone if he yells really loud.
right. Katie, Steve says he has no audio or video. Can you check and make sure that he's live?
I'm showing him not even
I don't even see him on.
not on there.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to rejoin.
Rejoin the meeting, Steve, okay? Okay, bye. He's gonna rejoin the meeting.
Okay, so what's the next project? Let's see.
480
Somerset?
Somerset.
480 Somerset?
And you do have an HSR for this.
Yep.
Look, I'll give you a little backstory on this house as well. This house was bought at sheriff's sale. The new owner or the contractor is trying to fix the house up. It's been in disrepair for a few years. So they're trying to bring the house up to current standards for the neighborhood. And they came to us for a vinyl siding request, which I told them it's got to go in front of you people first. And the house is over 50 years old, so we did have them do a HSR, and that's what's in front of you.
So maybe to cut to the chase, if Steve's not back, the HSR found that the house was not historically significant, and therefore that the vinyl siding would not create an adverse effect. You guys want to vote to receive it just to move this along?
Yeah. Oh, there.
I move to approve the report.
Second.
Motion by Childs, seconded by Naylor to accept the HSR. Childs,
Yes.
Naylor,
Yes.
King,
King.
Okay. Is there anyone here to present on the siding?
Looks like it. There's two. They're
Oh,
muted.
okay.
Katie, can you let those people in, please?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Can hear you.
Yes, we can.
Very good.
Please identify yourself for the record.
Sure. My name is Wayne Conway. I'm the project manager for the owner of the property.
Okay. So Wayne, why don't you go ahead and explain your situation here and
Yeah, absolutely. So the original idea was just to repaint the wood siding, but as some of these pictures show, it's the press board and the previous owner wasn't necessarily on top of maintaining the property. So when we went in there, there were a lot of areas that were deteriorated enough. So, simply we thought, hey, the best way to, make improvements and, make it appealing is just to, replace the white siding with a white vinyl siding on the front of the house. If you show the front elevation, we're keeping the wood trim, the architectural detail on the front. And I think I have here on the right, the one on the right here. So the pillars are wood, and then there's some architectural detail along the top there. We're keeping that. We're keeping the window. So any kind of piece that has, some detail to it, we're keeping that. And then the brick there, we're going to do a whitewash. So there'll be some, improvement, and then some custom wood shutters on there. So the whole idea is, hey, where it's plain, white siding, we're going to replace that with vinyl, but we're going to keep the details intact and, try to improve the curb appeal of the property.
And I don't mean to cut you off if you were still talking, but in terms of the trim around the windows, you're just going to rehabilitate or paint the trim and then do the siding around the existing window trim?
What we found on a lot of the wood, we're just going to put a vinyl wrap or aluminum wrap around the window trim. So there'll be, white trim around it, and then the vinyl around that on the windows, because the wood that was there has deteriorated some and just more on a preservation mode. And then on the brick that you see there will be black shutters, custom shutters built and installed on those windows, as well as any other windows that are facing the street.
Are you going to maintain the existing dimension then of the
Yes.
wood?
Yes.
And
Sorry. Yes.
and then-
okay.
Yeah. So then you're gonna leave the
Katie at
this-
5050. She's doing the hosting.
leave the sub-sill, the sill below the window, just kind of wrap that as is.
Correct. Yeah. We'll leave the, you can see the brick. Yeah. That'll be still exposed. Absolutely. It just, just where you see the white trim that was the existing wood, we're gonna encase that in aluminum just for maintenance.
What condition are the windows in?
The windows are actually in pretty good shape. They're they're older, but they're still in very good shape.
My comment would be that I mean, it's pretty apparent that this house is badly deteriorated in the siding. And I do think that in this location, vinyl could be an appropriate solution, and aluminum wrapping the windows with the same dimension seems like an appropriate solution, as long as they're trying to save the architectural detail, including the dental work and the columns on the corners. And I actually think in this case, I'm not a huge shutters guy, and Bill, I'm sure will have a thought on this, but it doesn't seem like it seems like that there's not a lot of window
from the shutter.
There's not a lot of window in the front elevation. I actually think the shutters could improve this front facade. So I like them here. That's all. I think you just do it on the brick, right? Do four sets of shutters on the brick.
And you're going to whitewash the brick, which I think will look really nice. Wayne,
Yeah.
I just want to ask you about the condition of the siding. I drove by this house. I'm excited that someone is going to give it some love and attention to it. My question relates to is there water damage that's causing that deterioration, or moisture? Because of course you'd want to address that, right? Before you put siding on the house. And if you're going to address it anyway and repair it, have you considered just painting that?
Yeah, so essentially to answer your question on the water damage, the gutters were old steel gutters. Half of them were, growing, vegetation. So the gutters and downspouts were all clogged. So that was really where the vast majority of the water damage was in that area. And then also on the southern facing where there was, maximum exposure, there was some damage there. But yeah, it was more superficial where, yeah, if you really wanted to and get away, you could sand it down and repaint it. But again, it's over that press board and it would be an uneven paint. So we figured, hey, vinyl is really the way to go.
Could you define press board for me?
Yeah, what?
Yeah, it's like a, I don't know, it's like almost like a particle board that it's not solid wood. It's masonite.
My bad.
Right. It's old masonite. It's got to
It's
be,
old
Yes.
masonite.
60 version of it. Right.
Yeah.
which is not something we should try that hard to
Right.
save, probably.
Right,
No.
and that's what I did not look closely at the siding when I did a drive-by, so, okay.
Yeah, and then we're, also the plan is over that existing side, we are gonna put an insulation board in, and so it'll be a further barrier. So, for any further moisture,
Mhm.
obviously the vinyl does its thing, but we also have an additional insulation vapor barrier that we're putting over as well.
So that means you're going to pack the casings out.
We're gonna try. Again, the goal is to try to maximize the curb appeal. I mean, the goal. Hey, the buyer is looking to renovate it to sell it to. That's the plan. So we're gonna try to do all we can to really make it something positive in the neighborhood.
I think that it's fine to do this vinyl siding, but I think the board should request details of how, for example, we have those large pilasters. How does that siding transition into those pilasters? Should be a detail, because this could really go south as far as look and curb appeal. Same with the entablature. I mean, you have a pretty strong Greek Revival pediment
Mhm.
there. And those rake trim boards, how does the siding going to die into the rake trim boards? How's the siding going to bend around that half round circle? I mean, there's a lot of, and same with the casing and the trim. You could make this look really good or it could look really bad. So I think the board should, most of the boards I've been on in the past, when someone comes to us with this, we typically require head seal and jam details. Require a detail where the pilaster dies in the siding, the rake trim detail, the half circle detail, because we're saying yes, but we don't know what it's going to look like. It could look terrible when it's done.
I agree. We in the past
Yeah.
have always asked for those kind of details, and if we're leaning towards vinyl, I think that's important, so I agree.
The pilasters could disappear effectively.
Well, you don't want the siding to end up proud of the pilasters, so projecting out more than the pilasters, and you don't want to change the pilasters. I mean, that the pediment could be an area where it's actually more effective to throw new wood siding up there or new hardy siding up than it is to vinyl it.
Yeah, what would be appropriate in that pediment is to take AZAC or hardy board and just butt the boards like 4.5, 5-inch boards and butt them. They used to make the pediments like that, and then you see a little crack in them with black. That would be the appropriate way to do that pediment. It would look really awesome. And then you could get around how you're going to bend vinyl around a half round window, and how you're going to put vinyl up against the rake trim board, because they have a pretty nice rake trim board. It's classically pretty close to being correct. And with those medallions and stuff, you got a pretty nice facade. It's really looking great.
So I mean, with that, if we're looking at this, so if we could certainly do hardy board on that top part, and obviously that's easier to trim and work with, and there's less, the vinyl, J channel and everything like that. We can do it much cleaner and much tighter into the existing, architectural details. That certainly can be done, quite easily. And then just so I'm kind of preparing what we need to do next, and then along the pilasters on either side, provide just some kind of here's a plan on how we're going to tighten up the siding into the sides of the pilasters. Correct? Is that kind of what? So I'm clear what we need to do.
Yeah.
Right. There should be a detail. You should show us the detail of the head, the jamb, and the sill for the windows, how you're going to transition siding into those trims. Show us the detail where the pilaster is. You should show us if you're going to do the hardy board. And just so you understand, it's not lap siding in the pediment. It's flush boards that stack on top of each other, probably with a shiplap in the pediment. But anywhere there's transitions, there should be details of how that's going to be accomplished.
Okay.
I think the flush board's a nice suggestion, but I actually don't think we should require it. I mean, I think we should suggest looking at it, and because that's not necessarily an easy thing to get out of hardy board.
Really? Now that I'm back, the HSR, which was it discussed? I was gone. So was it discussed?
Oh, yeah, it was discussed and accepted.
Okay, all right.
You're a
I
good
just think
teacher.
There's an opportunity with this house to really bring out the detail in this house. And I think if you consider putting that hardy board on, perhaps you can consider the siding all the way around the house. You're really going to strengthen the value of the house as well. You really will, as opposed to slapping vinyl on and losing some of the detail. So, but
agree.
for now, I propose a motion to revise and resubmit with details to be provided regarding the vinyl siding at the pilasters and window trim and front pediment area.
Sorry, I have one last comment, and I apologize, but
Oh,
that
okay.
putting aluminum around those windows and trims is going to look really atrocious. I would try to at least around the trim of the windows put AZAC or something to at least make it. You always get buckling and dents in trim, and it's going to degrade the look of the composition.
Yes.
So I would just, in this case, in a house where we're okay with vinyl siding, I would disagree with that. I think as long as, because that's not very wide trim. It's not like you're trimming over something big. They're not trimming over that pilaster, for instance, which would look terrible. I think aluminum wrap trim in a vinyl wall with, having trim instead of butting the vinyl to the windows themselves can look appropriate for this neighborhood. So I know it's nice, Bill, to try and make this into a, Greek revival edifice, but it is what it is. As long as they're keeping the detail that's there, I think aluminum wrapped is a fine solution that doesn't cost them, a few $1,000 extra trying to replace all that window trim that's in bad shape.
This house is unique in the trim and the gable end that it has. It's unique.
Well, we're
not
asking
gonna
them
be
to preserve
confused
that,
with-
Steve.
Pardon?
We're saying
we should build
we're
on
saying-
that, not
I
sedate it.
agree. I
We're
really
saying
think we should
preserve
build
it.
on
We're
it. There's
saying
some
preserve
strong
it.
features to this house that could really be strengthened by just finishing some of these details here.
We're already saying preserve that, so they're not vinyling over the dentals or not vinyling over the pilaster. The rest of the house, I'm sorry, but it is pretty pedestrian. So I think a nice pedestrian solution for it is appropriate. It's not going to turn into 23 Water Street by.
No, it's
adding-
not, but it has details that are not pedestrian, and throwing a blanket over them doesn't make sense to me.
We're not.
We're not going to
we're
create
asking-
a Water
he's-
Street house, but
He is already preserving those. He's already preserving those details. The ones that are there,
sort of.
the plaster,
sort of.
the dentals.
Well, let's revise and resubmit. We can have the rest of this discussion once we have all the details.
So there's a motion on the table.
Motion by Naylor.
Did you mention the budding siding, most likely hardy
At
board?
the pilasters. And the
No, on
pediment.
the top, on the
Yes.
gable end.
Yeah, we're gonna look to at the hardy board and put a plan to put our actual wood on the top part by the on the gable there. That is our plan. We'll submit those drawings.
Right, perhaps more than one option, because you see how these things roll. Okay, is there a second? I second it.
You second.
Okay, so motion by Naylor, seconded by King to revise and resubmit. King,
Yes.
Childs,
He,
Childs?
he stepped out.
Stepped away.
Naylor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, 289 North Street. Retaining wall.
Okay, so there's actually two separate submissions for 289. You got the retaining wall, then you got the detached garage in the back, which will be coming up here shortly. Katie, is anybody from TLC or is the applicant online?
I'm here.
Okay, if you would please just state your name for the record and we can start your presentation.
Mark Stanek with TLC Landscaping. And the Dustins who purchased this house about 4 months ago are going to be into some pretty major changes to bring this back to life. And one of the things that we're trying to create right out of the gate is both a functional and aesthetically pleasing retention wall on the just off of the sidewalk. And it's a pretty sloped going down to the sidewalk itself. And we like to get a little bit of level in appearance across the front of the property. It would be more of the vintage sandstone, processed sandstone that would be rock faced at about 26 inches tall. We'll drain the backside of it. We actually add 3 piers with column lights that would guide us into the driveway itself. Those would be kept about a foot off of the edge of the driveway. The retention wall itself would be set back about 6 inches from the front of the piers themselves. So this is the start of the pretty nice renovation that they're, well, actually Paint and Paint already did a lot of work on the house itself, but now it's going to be going through some more changes. The Dustins have been in Chagrin Falls for a good amount of years, did some beautiful work off Chagrin Boulevard actually on their other house, but have decided to come downtown and really would like to make something special on North Street.
Hey, Mark, this is Harry with the Village. Is there any grading changes taking place in the front yard? I see you got new landscaping.
There will be. We want to just create a flatter front yard. There'll still be a dividing bed between the lawn and the back of the retention wall itself. I'm envisioning a low multicolor blooming hydrangea right across the front of the top of the wall, just as a somewhat of a visual barrier. But a lot of neat new sod that would be in the front. We may even have to remove that one tree that's failing, but then do additional more classic landscaping within the scheme of the new landscaping itself. A lot of sandstone curbing to define the edges of the lawn. So it's not major grading across the front, but we definitely want to level that out so we can make it a little more attractive.
Okay, that's probably something that we should talk about going forward with your grading and stuff like that.
Is there an existing sidewalk up in this part of town?
Yes, there is.
Oh, okay. I must be looking at old images. I missed the sidewalk component.
Yeah,
Pardon
the
me.
sidewalk was installed about 2-3 years ago, part of the North Street.
Oh, I'm looking at Google Images. Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
We'll call it brick, matches the brick on the front porch. Is that just a rendering thing or?
It's actually a kind of a mock. What's on the front porch right now. They are having plans to redo the front porch. Then they will be using real sandstone, so it would be more of a consistent material once it's all done.
I'm puzzled because during renovations, trucks come and go and are rough on the property, and then when when the renovation is done, then you get into things like this, like, it's like a wall looking to be knocked down, I guess, is what I'm thinking. Major renovations in store, because it's the cart before the horse, it seems to me. I would comment that I find the lanterns to be somewhat contemporary for the feeling of the house.
That's just a rendering. It would be more of like an older carriage lamp, but it would probably be in the same family that they decide to finish what's the new porch lights with. I guess on the next topic up will be the garage renovation. So that's probably the most major new construction that'll be happening at the back of the driveway, and possibly a new front porch facade going across, but that will be brought to you later. Everything is just taking so much longer these days. This sandstone could be 8 to 12 weeks out, possibly. All the materials we're just trying to plan ahead and do things at the correct time, but get your blessing first on if indeed you agree that it will bring some greater curb appeal to this property.
How does that retaining wall tie into the property to the south? Are you turning it there, or I mean, this is operating just like a retaining wall, right? So that the top grade meets the top of the wall, correct?
Right, and it probably won't meet completely on the south side, but it will return back in for strength. And it won't.
So you're going to have a return there and a return at the north side that'll just tie into the existing hill area or slope?
Exactly.
This is George Clemens. I'm recusing myself because the architecture for this is coming through Pantuso Architecture.
This is Bill Childs. My only comment is what Steve had mentioned. The lights are really important to get the right proportion, the right style. Sometimes you see a lot of this in builders developments and subdivisions. They just stick lights on top of posts and it just doesn't really fit. I mean, one thing to maybe look at to save money on all those lights is just indiscreetly underneath the top, just put a little LED light and just let light subtly shine down, which would be a little more understated and a little more, not so much light fixtures sitting on top. So it's really tough to get that right proportion, size, and everything to make that look right. Just a suggestion, I thought, that's all.
I don't really think lights, especially the standalone light, fit the house at all. It's not that kind. It's a very simple house with a grand entrance. That's my impression.
Right. You're saying not to have the lights, correct?
I'm not sure the reason for the whole project, quite frankly. But
you could probably keep the light on the post that's by the walk entering the house, and then you don't need them at the driveway entry.
Yeah, what would be really nice if you just do a simple white post and put a light on the top of it to define it.
Exactly. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Something that suits the house.
Correct.
I mean, this is an American 4-square house, which is a much simpler architecture. And I agree, it's kind of like this is trying to make it look like a development or fancier. It doesn't blend. So I agree. If you remove the lights and do the retaining wall and simple form, it'll work.
It's the light on the entrance to the walkway to the front door could stay, and then possibly flower pots that could be on the piers down near the driveway entrance.
I would personally
a post. Yeah.
I don't think you need anything, but yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Probably, but a post light would be better. I think the stone and the brick is just a little heavy for this style of house.
Is there a kid or a dog involved in this wall thinking, or is it purely aesthetics that the wall is going into?
It's purely aesthetics, and they really don't like the slope coming down to the sidewalk itself with the maintenance of the mulch and the plant material. So it's definitely going to assist with the grade. it's really, most of the sandstone in that pattern is going to be 6 and 4 and 8 inch. So it's not going to feel heavy because of the scale of the processed stone in there, I believe. But I can easily see the lights coming off at the entrance. The small ground cover type perennial on the front side of the wall, which will lose basically 8 inches, 10 inches of that elevation and when that's growing in, and then the plant material above. So although it might feel a little heavy, I think the plant material will assist in just softening the whole entrance, and it'll still be a very functional piece to the yard.
What's the foundation material of the house?
It's kind of a faux sandstone concrete block, I believe, right now. That's
It's the
supporting
manufactured block.
the majority of it. Which most of it's hidden by usually hidden by landscaping. The new supports for the porch would it's probably going to be the most visible. Going back to the garage on the east side, that is where an original addition or a newer addition was done, is the same material, but I think it's in a different color, which if this house gets painted a different color, which there might be plans to make it a white house, of course, that would be brought to you as well. There's actually 2 different materials that were blended with that addition. They kind of match, but one was, of course, the older material, and then the new material for that back addition.
We have not reviewed that porch alteration, so I just want to
That's why
put it out. Pardon me?
That's why it's not drawn in yet.
Well, but if they're trying to tie an element with the stone piers of the porch to the retaining wall out front, as a 4 square, you could go to a full porch with a full width pediment, but it would be wood. It would not have that heavy stone pier on it. So if they're looking to tie that element, I don't want them to get attached to that. If they're trying to attach an element of the house to the element of the retaining wall, and that's why I asked the question about what the foundation material was. I'm not feeling this pull together.
Seems like you got the cart before the horse. You need to do the porch and the architecture and the garage, and then embellish with the landscaping.
Okay, I'm just, I mean, this was the request of the homeowner, as to try to create more of a classic vintage feeling for basically a great street.
It is not doing that. This is not doing that at all.
This particular, I believe using this real material does go a long way versus some of the other uni blocks and other things that I think have been gotten through in the city. And this is it's an older home. It's not as old as some of the older ones, but I believe using a nice material like this done by Superior Masons that we've used before within the city. They did great work over on Alley Street, and I really do think that it would particularly enhance this property. But I do agree as well that the three different projects need to mesh with each other as much as possible, because short of changing all of the foundation stone, we'll have to decide on one that's going to be the most prominent, and then bring that one basically to be, it's going to be your focal feature of that material.
I think they might be happier with the project overall if all those things were taken into consideration at the same time.
Well, I'll have to see where the architect is with the front porch renovation. I know you'll be reviewing the garage renovation next after this. And then we'll probably end up coming back and making decisions on what material is going to work the best.
Okay. I think, Bill?
Mark, if I could just say something, I think it might help. It might help the ABR members is, I know you have a nice rendering here, but maybe take a photograph of the front of the house and then add your proposed wall with the materials so they get a better understanding of what's going on in the front.
I
And as far as
included, I included pictures of the house. Did they not get to you? Because there were
No, I
side
don't
views.
have it.
Yeah, I left pictures of the front of the house and looking down the sidewalk and
Yeah, I
just
don't
so
have that, so. But I think that would just help is a general scheme, so the board kind of gets an understanding of what's going on here. And then as far as the front porch goes, there has been no submissions made to the village on the front porch, so that's all new to us or new to me, so.
okay.
We certainly don't require that the whole project be done at the same time. We would like to treat it as one project, I guess roughly porch, garage, and your offering. I would suggest that we see a copy of the imitation stone that you're planning on using. And I'd be particularly interested in how or if it's involved in the front porch. I move that we ask her to revise and resubmit, bringing together the 3 different projects.
Second.
I just had one last comment. Based on Wendy's comment about a 4-square house, just to help you as a guide, if you look at Virginia McAllister's field guide, they have excellent examples of the basic elements of a 4-square house with porches and dozens of pictures that may help inspire you to put it all together, just as a thought to help.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for revise and resubmit. Motion by King, seconded by Naylor. Roll call. King,
Yes.
Naylor,
Yes.
Childs.
Yes.
Okay, Mark, I'll be in touch with you.
Thank you, Harry.
Thank you.
Very good. We're on to number 6, brick house development.
No, number 5.
Number 5, excuse me.
Don't skip me.
No, I won't forget you. Okay. We have a demo involved in this, and at some point, neighbors will be given the opportunity to speak. I would mention that right off the top. My agenda is very confusing. Okay, 289 North Street. Again,
The garage, yeah.
yes. We were just working on 289 North Street, or is that, am I
Yeah,
mistaken?
yeah, two different submissions.
Okay, okay. Well, I wondered why we were talking about this second. So, go ahead with your presentation, please.
I'm sure you're all familiar with this house. Pain and Pain came through with renovations. I think we are.
Can you just state your name for the record?
Oh, sorry. Rebecca Pantuso.
Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes.
So you're familiar with the home. Pain and Pain brought it in. I don't know if it was a year or more ago, and did a substantial addition off the back. We're lucky as Chagrin Falls community members that Jim and Leah Dustin purchased this and are going to fix a lot of what was done as part of that renovation. They've got cheap vinyl windows, just low quality materials. So now we're coming in and hopefully doing things better. The garage right now does have a story below. They won't park in it because the floor's in rough shape. Pain and Pain did a good job of just like slapping some lipstick on it, but it's in rough shape. So trying to mimic the nice detailing of a American Foursquare on this garage, but also trying to be careful not to make the garage nicer than the house. This is what we're proposing. So they are eager to park in a garage this winter. Hence, we're all working feverishly to try to make that happen. I just heard about the front porch a week ago, maybe, and for the second time today, but have not done a single thing on that because it's all news. But our top priority is this garage, and I agree with you, Steve, that it might behoove the Dustins to work kind of from the back forward and hopefully maintain as much of what was just done as possible. But, there's a fair amount to fix. As far as the foundation, the original is like the rock face stone that you see on that front porch. And I think I've got a picture on these drawings. The addition, they put like a split face. So similar in color, different in texture. You can see it. It's a value engineering, situation. Rest assured, the Dustins will do nice quality materials. So our foundation will match the original foundation, as will, his stone wall in the front that you discussed.
Is the original foundation stone or block?
It's rock face block. So if you look at that front,
Rusticated, yeah.
Yeah.
if you look at that front picture, you'll see. And then that split face where it's just, kind of almost like raked CMU. That's what they added. But at any rate,
That's the porch we were seeing in the rendering just now?
yeah.
Well, these photographs were taken prior to the work.
In full disclosure, these are
Yeah, these are old photos.
Pain and Pain's photos from their previous submission. Yeah.
Yeah, this is before they started the addition, so
This is before it got ugly.
yeah, it's deceiving. This is really not what it looks like, and
Well, that's what the front looks like still. I mean, that's exactly what the front looks like. They just did the rear addition off
yes, yes. Well, most of us here on the board approved it, so
I know, but you didn't approve the details that were executed. I feel fairly confident, but every project's different. I get it. We can't all have what we want, but
my personal struggle is, and this is right down the street from the garage that I just presented, getting into that garage.
Yeah.
With it located where it is going to be a monumental issue. Looking at your site plan.
Yep.
On the first page.
I don't disagree, but I'd rather push this thing back than change the architecture of it.
What do you mean push it back?
Push it farther back onto the lot to give more room. I mean, they've got the benefit of a lot more site than you had.
Yes.
So they could, you're just trying to balance, how far do you want to detach your garage with maneuverability, but
The first concept was that this garage was going to actually be attached via a basement. Is that still in the?
It actually is another consideration. Yes, but would only be underground. And yeah, feel free to chime in on that while we're here. I mean, the reason this is submitted preliminary is because, one, I want to get your take on doing something nice like this in the backyard. And two, yeah, does it make sense to push it farther back and attach it? Assuming we would do.
Push it forward and attach it, or back and attach it?
Well, I think I think back. I know that's contrary to what makes sense, but maneuverability is one thing. If we attach it underground, we could actually scoot it back over towards the site a little bit, or the side yard. It is unfortunate in this proposal as a detached structure, we've got to come an additional, really 4 feet, with overhangs off that side yard, because that's like really valuable real estate over there.
Yeah.
So if I just did like a 1-story flat roof garage, we could keep it over there. I think, I want to create something beautiful in the process, hopefully. So if we attach it, we could slide it over to the right a little bit, help with the maneuverability, and, get rid of the walking out in the elements, which they're, not accustomed to. But the last thing I want to do is attach this, already longer house above grade.
Hey, Becky, it's Harry. If I could just say something, if you're
Yep.
gonna push this garage back, that the backyard drops off, and
We don't
Yeah,
have much. Yep.
you're gonna lose that hole under that basement underneath this garage. And then you're gonna get into a drainage issue because you're gonna be below the storm sewers. So I just want to throw that out there. I hope these folks understand that they can't push their garage back and then bring fill in and build this garage up, because that's not going to fly.
Well, the way they've got it drawn, Harry, if they move it back, they're just basically making a taller basement. And they do it without affecting. Well, I guess that's wrong, because you've got to build up enough so that you can actually get into the garage.
Right. They're
Well,
gonna
you definitely have a little retaining wall there on the right-hand side. I think regardless of any scenario.
That's
And
because it's already there. Right?
What's that?
It's already a retaining wall,
yeah, if you,
the existing garage. Yeah.
what's that? I didn't hear you, Phil. Sorry.
Okay, the existing garage is already basically a retaining wall. And I
Somewhat,
think
yeah.
The other, I'm not opposed to the architecture.
Yep.
So, I'm trying to figure out how the placement works best, and we need to consider at this point that there's a neighbor now that's coming, and how you transition. I mean, I'm sure the people that are going to buy the house next door, or I don't know whether it's a speculative thing or it's a new construction for a specific owner, but we just approved it, I think. And how that relates to this is important from not only an architectural standpoint, but what Harry's speaking to is how do you address the grade here so that whatever you do here or whatever they do there is sort of not creating problems for one side or the other, or just both. That make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, are you worried that we're gonna shed a bunch of water onto their property, or?
Well, that's the existing condition. So how do you address that, or how do you work with the neighbor on their project so that we're not creating issues for either party?
Right. Well, if
I know
I
that's typically not something that we're supposed to be looking into, but I'm
right. Well, but I'm okay with, you know, being a good neighbor and looking at this thing, you know, more holistically. I think that's smart. They are going to have retaining wall work required for that side there. And I don't say it flippant, but you know, they're going to deal with the drainage. I have full confidence in that.
You mean your client?
Our client, yeah, this client. So I'm not concerned about that. I do think there's a sweet spot in where this, garage grows. I would say let's, one, if we can, is the overall style or architecture of this design acceptable? And then my second question would be, assuming we've got maneuverability and we've chased that down, Phil, because I am looking at it. We've got little cars in there just to make sure they can do it. Big cars on the right, fun cars on the left. But, two, would you guys, do you think that it is better to attach it and move it inward to the property, or detach it, sorry, and show it inward to the property where the maneuverability is a little bit harder, or, move it toward the side yard, not encroaching the side yard, but move it closer to the side yard, and then attach this thing underground, which is, I guess, where I'm starting to lean. I think there's a couple of advantages in that approach. I'm not sure if there's any disadvantages, but I'm, here on a preliminary level to get the counsel of, a bunch of experts also thinking about this.
Perhaps we should comment on the architecture and then have the owner figure out what they want to do, because you start talking about underground passages, that's not something we see every day. Comments on how that garage looks wherever it's going to land.
This is Bill Childs. I think the first thing you need to do is study the massing, because to me, this looks like a house in someone's backyard. And I think the distance from here to here is huge for a garage. I think, to me, this whole volume needs to come down, because the garage should be a sub-entity of the main composition, would be my first comment. My second comment would be these dormers are seem really massive. I know they look all right 2D, but if you look at this 3D, you're gonna have these really big, because they line up with the wall here, so they're gonna be huge projections. And usually dormers, again, are supposed to be a subtlety of the roof, and it's not supposed to overpower the composition. My other comment would be these medallions. If you're going to take these medallions, you either do them around the whole composition or don't do them at all, is what I would do. And then this hood here should have an entablature, because a bracket should hold up an entablature or beam that hold up a roof historically. And then I'd be careful with this right here, because water may set in here and be a problem, and it's causes what I'd call tension. Usually you want to have field on both sides of a hood so it doesn't run into the side of a building. The other thing, and I know you're working with a tight site, but when you design a garage, you always want from this point of the door to the inside of the wall, a minimum of 3 feet. I know in Chagrin that's tough to do, but the problem with that, if you don't do that, when you try to open your door, you're kind of walking out sideways. You're going to have to get out your window to get out of the garage. So I'd be a little concerned with that. Those are my just off the top of my head comments.
That's a 9-foot wide door, if that makes any difference in your last comment.
Yeah, I still do it even with 9-footers, because its typical vehicle is 6 by 16. So you want to try to get as much room, because people always put junk on the side of their garages or toys or bikes or stuff. So anyways, that's just a functional.
I agree with Bill. And also, if this could look more, and I think Bill or somebody mentioned it earlier, look more like a secondary structure. You may have mentioned it as well, that you didn't want it to be fancier than the existing house. That site is so congested as it is. And then to put this on with the height and the massing of it, I'm wondering if you can just scale it down and make it look a little more secondary. Are those dentils on there, or those rafter tails around the bottom of the roof eaves that you're doing?
Dentils or rafter tails? No, they're modillions. They match the house.
Medallions. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the architecture of the house, they're on there. They lost them in the addition. I'm saying, you know,
Yeah.
put them back on, and Bill intend on putting them everywhere, even though my preliminary drawing has some less than detailing right now.
The other thing you could do is just lose them, let the house be the main focus, and let this be secondary, not dress it up as much, and save them some money. Because if you're doing them like out of wood or AZAC or burl, they can get pretty doggone expensive.
Yeah. Well, we can strip it. That's fine. I've not been asked to do that. I'm okay with that. You know, the balancing act is trying to get usable space up top. You know, I'm pulling it down, and trying to make those dormers have some usable space up there. I don't think that's too uncommon if you look at that Foursquare vernacular.
So back to I agree with most of Bill's comments, and I think Wendy is saying the same thing. My struggle here, and we're being pushed by almost everything we're seeing in terms of garages at this point, is that people want more space and more living space, and we're supposed to be building garages, and this is a little house. Yeah, so I'm struggling with that, but I also back to what I was talking about in terms of how you connect this little house to the main house, or how that massing relates to the grade that's around it and to the house it's being built next to, adjacent to. I don't know. I think it would be an advantage to see it in some sort of model. And I don't know whether that's in the budget or not, but I know that in other projects, specifically one that's very close to my office right now, there should have been a model, and now they're struggling with how to deal with the grade relative to the massing and the design of the house. So if you can convince the owner to model this, even if all you're doing on the house part is
Just
real
massing.
simple blocks.
Right.
That grade is dropping so fast that it's just going to be, I guess we allowed it to be a big clunky thing, and I know you don't want to make it worse. And how you solve the client's program and not make it worse. I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, no, I actually was naively optimistic that I figured it out. I mean, I didn't tell him, I took a foot away from him, and Bill, am trying to deal with large forehead over the garage doors. I thought that actually looked attractive, and breaking down the massing of this thing to the best of my ability, balancing somebody that really wants, a lot more space, everything else that all people want, smashing it down in a way that I'm proud of it, or, think that it would add to the character and appeal of Chagrin architecture. Certainly better than a lot of stuff. And Bill, you're right. These are very advanced preliminary drawings, but there's little details. The modillions, I think taking them off, solves that problem. I kind of want them a little bit somewhere. I don't know. I just, I want this to be a charming little building, and think this is a hell of a lot nicer than the garage that's there, than most of the garages, in Chagrin, and have, managed to smash, smush, and push this in every direction to avoid, going through the whole variance process. So no, it's possible. I mean, people are doing it in Chagrin, but I don't want to be that person. So this is where we're at. And, maybe I'm subject to the nicer you draw it, the more you open yourself up for.
I think we need to define the project better. It seems like you might be the middleman to ask some questions about previous presentation of the front wall and what it adds, what it might not add, and pointing out the fact that the concrete truck's going to take that sucker out if they build it before they do the garage. A better
I'm getting my garage pushed back.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Especially, whether it's attached or detached or connected with an underground thing. These are, that's a little, that's preliminary, and we should know what the project is.
Yeah, is it pre-preliminary? I mean, that to some degree, I'm coming to you and saying, here are my two options. Here's the overall, architecture and style. What's your preference? So that when I come back, I'm not, with a final drawing that meets all kinds of resistance.
Yes.
I mean, that was honestly my goal, is to get this early feedback on a preliminary, submittal, so that hopefully I can get everything in order for a final and they can still get this built this year.
Harry, were there neighbors that had comments?
I did send out notices to the adjacent neighbors regarding the height of the building per our code. I did receive some phone calls from neighbors concerning the garage and just all the construction activity on North Street.
Oh,
But
okay.
that's about it.
But they weren't
At
specific
the
to this?
time, when
line?
Let's do that. Now will be the time. We need to move on.
Katie, is there anybody online that wants to speak to this project?
I'm not seeing any comments on YouTube or any comments on Zoom itself. So unless somebody wants to comment in the Zoom chat right now, who's an attendee, other than that, maybe give them a second. But nobody's raising their hand. So
Okay.
Okay.
I would say that's a no.
Okay,
Give everyone maybe another minute, 30 seconds. But speak now or forever hold your peace, right?
Should I have somebody in the office go and say it looks awesome?
There you go.
no.
Kidding, I'm kidding.
Becky, like I said before, I'm just concerned if you push this garage back with the grades and stuff, you're gonna have issues.
Yeah, well, I'd really like to push it to the right. If I had my druthers, I would push it to the right. I would connect it underground because they, have the means to potentially be able to do that. And I think from a real estate standpoint, to have a connected garage is better than a completely detached garage. And if we can do that in a way that, involves a landscape plan and shows, an attractive rear site, I think that's all around a win. But I also thought that my garage was cute. So I want to hear your thoughts, not my thoughts.
Yeah, well, it is cute.
Thanks, Harry.
All right,
Well,
Steve,
comments about massing. Is it too big and cute, or is it cute and a go? That's the question.
I think it's too big. I think it's too tall. There's too much filled in between the doors and the tablature. I think it competes with the house. That's just my opinion.
I agree.
Okay,
So are we doing a revise and motion to revise and resubmit?
yes. I second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Naylor to revise and resubmit, second by King.
Mhm.
Just before I call the roll, so the demolition is on hold. There's no sense in doing a
Yes.
Correct.
vote on
Correct.
demolition. Okay. Childs,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Naylor.
Yes.
Okay, thank you,
Wait,
Becky.
is that true? Can I just ask one more question? Is that true? They can't, why couldn't they get the garage out of there, much like Phil's client is very eager to make some progress? If I'm agreeing to come back with a, smaller massing structure, and the demo requires a 30-day delay, could they not get started on that and then?
No, we're gonna want to see a final drawing approved by ABR before the garage is torn down, because you need to have a place to put your vehicles. The village does not want to see people tearing garages down without something being approved to go in its place.
Okay.
Okay. Number 6, River House Development.
So Katie, you have anybody online to talk about this?
Yep, I just added Mike and Jay Holtz.
Okay. Mike, why don't you go ahead and pick up with the project? I'm just gonna drive your drawings. You kind of tell me where
Yep.
you're gonna go.
Yes, so this is we took this in front of you guys for a walk-in meeting. And now we've taken your comments and made the changes and are coming back to you with the revised elevations and whatnot. So can you add Chrissy, Alex as well, Alexandra?
Katie is hosting the meeting. I
Katie,
think she
sorry,
can-
sorry.
That's
Yep.
okay.
I'm sorry, who was it?
Alexandra Yonkoff.
Okay. Is that it?
Yep, thank you. So the changes we made, it kind of goes in line with the 3 through 6 as well. The windows down below, we matched up the slider and the transom and did the separation on the ground floor there underneath the porch. So that we lined those up. We shrunk down some windows. I know Mr. King, was saying that some of them were too big, so we actually shrunk some down. And we did add this porch here, this off the 3rd floor. That's an actual client want that we have. So that's where that's coming from. That would be off the master bedroom. If you go to Cleveland Street elevation, if you go down, Harry, I'm guessing. Well, we do have some renderings and whatnot. I think Harry can flip through. But
Sorry about that. I had to
sorry.
shut my
That's all
door.
right.
What was your question?
Can you scroll down? We can keep scrolling. So that's scroll a little bit more. We'll go to the Cleveland Street elevation right here. This one, this was, off of Cleveland Street is what you'll see. I don't know. Do you have a rendering there as well, Harry?
Let me see here.
No.
I have color renderings.
Those are the same. Color elevations. That's
I
it.
didn't see a model view in
Yeah,
the packet.
I
Do you
have
a
one if you
rendering
want
of
it.
all 6 units so that we can see them all together?
Maybe,
Yes.
maybe Harry, you want to allow Mike to screen share?
Yeah, Katie, can you allow the screen share for Mike?
Yep, give me one sec. Where is he? Is he no longer on here?
I'm on here.
Oh, there we go. You should be able to, is it not?
All right.
Well, Harry has to stop sharing.
I'm gonna stop right now.
You should be able to.
Mute, full screen, push and raise hand.
There's no restrictions.
Where do I click here?
Do you see the bottom where it says share screen?
No, it's not on there.
It's a green button, Mike. Share.
Yeah, I don't have it on there.
Just the security setting is allow participants to screen share.
Yeah,
Okay.
Chat.
all panelists can screen share.
Alex, if you can,
Oh yeah, it's a green button at the bottom, right? Yep.
Yep.
yeah, I don't have
Just
that.
scroll the bottom to find it.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Eh,
I have leave, raise hand, chat, mute. Let's see.
It's not gonna be under the participants, it's gonna be the main.
Here, Alex, I'll send you the,
Second,
we
yeah.
can continue on, but I'll send her the link to where it's at and she can share. Go from there. Sorry,
Yeah, I have it.
you have it.
Mhm. The front, right?
You guys, is
Yeah.
there,
There we go.
That's it.
That's not the new drawing though, right?
Yes, that's the new one.
It is, yeah.
Oh, I see the buttons, pardon me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, again, a rendering's kind of difficult to portray everything. And I'll be honest with you, if you guys drive by the site, there's a lot of foliage there that regardless winter or spring, it's going to be difficult to see these homes. Especially those the lower part and the first floor and second floor.
So maybe you don't need that much glass.
I had
Foliage
a,
comes and goes. We don't pay much attention to foliage. It comes and
you're
goes.
nothing but consistent.
That's right.
Is-
I'm
is-
trying to be consistent. A year and a half of consistency here.
is there
Foliage
a,
comes and goes. Even trees that cannot be cut by law somehow disappear sometimes. So foliage is temporary in
So
my mind.
Can you talk
So-
about
so-
how you made changes to these windows? The only thing I'm seeing is mutton bars were added. What alterations have you made to the windows?
Yes, so we underneath the decks there, we spread those out and put an actual like more of a punch opening as you guys requested in 3 through 6. We added the mutton bars as well. We changed these windows up top on level 3 off the back here. We actually added that door and changed these windows around to kind of match up. We shrunk the one on the left and just altered those around the Cleveland Street side. I believe we shrunk a set of 3 windows coming down the face of that. You can't see in this rendering, but you can see on the actual elevation.
Those are the ones on the stairs?
No, the ones next to it. The ones on the stairs are consistent with the rest of the project.
So we were looking at some of the windows, and here on the first unit, like the first and second level on the right-hand side of the deck, these 2 windows, we could potentially eliminate. It works both functionally and in line with your desire to limit the windows. So we can discuss that. Then on the other elevation on Cleveland Street, there are also 2 or 3 windows we can discuss there. But I don't have the elevations here. Maybe I just have the image. Let me just see.
What I'm seeing, we're looking at the Riverview elevation.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
comparing it to unit 4. And I'm comparing 4 to, or pardon me, that's unit 3, right? And these are 1 and 2 we're looking at, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm comparing it to the window fenestration on unit 3. And unit 1 and 2, you're getting this very much taller glass element with the transom, because on unit 3, you have a balcony above that's breaking up that glass massing that's going on below it. So 1 and 2, you're still reading like a storefront with a porch in between. And then the balcony on unit 2 is just, it looks kind of stuck on to me. Either continue it all the way across the elevation or do, it's just, that element isn't anywhere else in the design. I don't have a problem with the 3 single windows towards the Cleveland Street side, because those read more like you know, punched openings and traditional openings, but you still have that two-story storefront look going on on the whatever level, first and second levels of those first two units.
The first level is a flex room in both units.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess I don't hear the crying necessity for wall-to-wall glass in a flex room.
I mean, that it will be, that's typically in our townhouse units, those are our darkest rooms. So, you know, it's nice to have some natural sunlight. Like I said, that it's more of a sunlight thing. It's, you know, gonna be hidden by foliage anyway. And we did add that extra balcony that to help break up, you know, that plain wall, straight wall going up, to help break that up. As far as the stuff, you know, the glass below the balcony, again, most of that will be, or if not all of it, will be hidden. You won't be able to see. You'll see it in this rendering because we don't show any trees or anything there, but beyond that.
And
I
Mike,
guess to try to articulate what my objection is, what I do is I sit back and I kind of squint at the drawing because it shows me the patterns in the design. And there's a big break at the units. If you squint at it, you can see where the openings are with the glass. And there's a whole different thing going on with those units 1 and 2 that really Steve and I have been talking about for about a year now. And it's still there. That
Yeah.
kind of expansive, it reads like an expansive opening to me.
Yeah,
One way-
your answer is blah, 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 but it's wall-to-wall glass.
One
And
way to address that, I think there are, you know, wider mullions between those windows, but they don't read punched because it's still like a kind of a big ganged opening. If you put like 2 feet of 20 inches of brick between those openings, the middle one and the 2 flankers, that would start reading as a punched opening and differentiate from what's above. And I don't think that has happened yet. I mean, I think that would be helpful. I've never minded those balconies, honestly. Well,
what's going on in unit 5 on the lower level? Is that a flex room or is that some different use? It has different windows.
So I've changed over here. You can see there's probably even more of a distance between those two glass, like the glass there, from level 1 to level 2, as there's from level, you know, 2 to 3. That balcony, you know, just, you know, on that rendering view kind of doesn't highlight that, but there is a difference there.
I was talking about the vertical mulls down below the.
Right here, you're talking.
Yeah, if you thicken those up and make them brick and squeeze the center a little bit, it looks kind of wide anyway. You're still going to get a ton of light in there. I mean, that's a lot of window.
yeah.
I think we
Mike
can take
and
that in.
John, Can I just ask you, isn't the width of this opening is the same as 3, 4, 5? And the treatment of this windows on the first level and the second level exactly the same? John or Mike?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're pretty much the same. The widths, I don't know to be exact, but if anything, they're a little bit smaller width-wise. Height, they're the same. And the second floor, the transom is a little bit shorter because our ceiling heights aren't as high in that on the second floor as they are in 3, 4, or 3 through 6. So it is actually a smaller expansive glass than what you've already approved.
And the alignment of the first level window system with the upper level was discussed before at previous meetings when you were going to 3, 4, and 5 as well.
So we tried to do a match up as best as we could to what's already been approved with 3 through 6.
Okay.
Yes, these two are featured much differently than upriver.
Do you have a riverfront elevation that shows them all?
Yeah, that was that one this one.
No, I meant,
Oh,
straight up.
like just an elevation.
This rendering here, what you can't see in a flat elevation, of course, is the projections of the porches on the other units, which break that glass and all of that going on. These two units they have balconies, but they're more on the same plane. And that's what's making it read like large 2-story storefronts. And that's what I'm trying to get away from. And they're critical location because it's where you come around the bridge and it's the first part of the units. And I know there's trees and all, but leaves fall, trees disappear, all of that. That's what you're going to see coming around Mill Street at the bridge, or Cleveland Street at the bridge.
Yeah, we don't have an updated version of that, of the site elevation. We're kind of just looking at one too, and we didn't expect that.
Yeah, but we need to look at it from a design standpoint, of course, in the context of the whole project. So what I would request is that you go back and study the window openings with George's suggestion that more brick be added to create more punched openings, and that we're able to see the rendering view, the kind of 3D rendering view, and also the flat elevation view of all 6 units together, because that's really the whole composition. And those are my comments.
I wanted to, along with that, I think the difference in these is that the large glass opening is actually up like kind of a half story versus the adjacent ones. But I wanted to move around to the Cleveland Street elevation. And I think that the extension of the stone wall at the entry porch, I think you're running that horizontal line across. I kind of understand that architecturally, but I think that entry is actually not quite prominent enough. Seems like a little too tucked in. It's just got a little roof, like it just seems diminutive somehow. Maybe those windows, I don't know. There's something about it. Like I'd love if it got a little more prominent. Otherwise, I like this elevation on Cleveland Street.
I would like to see that glass broken up on this elevation, particularly on the lower level. We all live here. We know that November till April is dark and clouds and all that stuff. Well, you moved here, I moved here, we're here, and windows don't get rid of the clouds. And having that much glass in I think a flex room is a little less necessity for natural lighting. Perhaps it's not a living, all day long living space, whatever. That's a lot of glass shouting out on the town.
From an architectural perspective, I would just disagree. I think if you just make the left side gable of that a bunch of punch openings, this composition becomes more flaccid, less dynamic, less interesting. And I think that's why the architects that we're dealing with here who are good at what they're doing keep resisting that comment.
Yeah, we really are trying to keep that consistent throughout the site. I think that's something, I know, Steve, you don't particularly care for that feature, but that's one of the main features in this home, from an exterior and interior aspect, and that's something that we're not willing to change at this time.
Well, that's the builder and the buyer's aspect. The other aspect is the rest of the friggin' town. We're here first. So having glaring at night, it's going to be just amazing.
I understand where you're coming from, Steve, but at the same time, if we change that, I don't believe you are, like George said, the town is not going to like what they see when we change that. It's going to change this elevation drastically, and it's not going to be attractive in the end.
If you have 20% less glass, 20% less glaring light, it's only 20%. I think that's what you're saying. And you'll be right, because you're not building.
I think there's room, at least on the riverfront elevation, to break that glass up, because when I'm looking at where someone's sitting, particularly in that first unit on the first and second floor, they've got huge glass windows on one side of them, and two sides of that room are like a fishbowl glass going on. And I do think there's a room to bring some of that glass back, at least on the riverfront elevation.
John just sent me the elevation, Wendy, that you requested on all of them. So if I can share my screen.
Yeah, I can open that up.
Huh?
I can open that up.
Oh, you can, okay.
Can you guys see that?
And I also want to mention that we have here one of the clients who actually purchased number 2. So if you let him in, he can also talk about his point of view and why he would like to come in and live there, and how important the glass and the view is for him. So his name is Rick McDonald. If you can let him in and just give him a chance to also express his opinion, I think that's important to welcome new residents, to hear them as well.
I see nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Could I ask just a brief question regarding the north elevation? It appears that you've, I don't know, put pilasters down the side below the balcony, down this elevation below the balcony, changed the coloration. And I'm not certain I understand why you would want to do that.
So that's it's like that on all these. This one's a little different because there is a little bit more that the foundation showing on the back here, so it's a little bit more prominent. But that's for the support of the decks. It was actually a comment, I believe, from Bill wanting that all the way down. So it's on that way on every single one of these.
Okay.
We had it shorter, and off of your previous comments, we took that all the way down. So this one, it looks a little bit more prominent that way because it does have a taller foundation area there.
How do you feel about that now that you see it, Bill?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure. Where are you at on that?
We're looking right here. I can zoom in.
Yeah, I can't get that far out.
So you see these coming down here. I don't know if you can see my cursor or not.
Yeah.
Are they supposed to be giant brackets, or they post down to the ground, in which case they probably have a problem?
They're not posts. They're brackets that go back to the wall and then go all the way down to the foundation is what it is, all the way down.
Yeah, I apologize if I miscommunicated. I wouldn't do those lines all the way down. I'd stop the bracket probably where the sill of the window is personally. So there's a datum line running across.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. I agree. We were going to hear from a buyer.
Yeah, this is Rick McDonald. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, to Alexandra's point, and I'm not an architect, but I do respect and appreciate the quality of their architecture. And I've been downtown in Rocky River to see some of the other sites. It's a very exciting project. I want to maximize the view of the nature like anybody would living on the river. So that's why I wanted to add a deck up to the third floor master. Somebody made a comment of making it as wide as the space. I would agree with that. So I want to be accommodating and like to get this project going.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your comments. made the comment a year ago that you don't enjoy that view with your knees. And so do you need floor to ceiling glass? Perspective being high, no, you need that glass. Well, you can't see through the porch floor. And in a flex room, I guess if you're doing yoga or push-ups, you need to have the glass that tall, but I fail to see the necessity. Have and will have a wonderful
doors.
A lot of people, a lot of our customers are converting this first level room into an office, and light is very essential in an office space. I think everybody would agree that an office space with light, it's better than darker.
Yes.
So they're not, yeah.
To what degree? To what degree? It's all about degrees. You need glass. You need to look at that view. I understand that.
Those
but
are
do you
doors.
need wall-to-wall glass? I don't see the necessity of that.
Those are doors, Steve. They need to go down to the floor. And I think jumping them up and down is not going to make it look better.
Well,
Go to the previous drawing that you had up a minute ago, which was the elevation.
Yeah, this is not an updated one this is a
Yeah.
previous one that we did with you. So these upper windows are slightly different. That balcony's not there.
But what you can see here is if you look at the first floor level size of the windows, they're very different on the first,
yes.
the first two units. And that's what we're trying to get at is breaking that up. You know,
Well,
when you go
there's-
across and you look at this as a whole, the first two units are different that way. They have
They're
that.
smaller.
No, on the first level.
No, she's talking down here. So
Yeah.
my comment
Go
on that is, you know, that you're going to see a lot more blank foundation space if that's the case. So
I'm looking for some design suggestions. Maybe there's something, you know, I'm not a designer. We've been trying to get you to break that glass up.
Yeah, but I think somewhere between 12
Yeah,
and
George
20
had a
inches
suggestion.
of brick running between this planker and, you know, just squeezing the middle a little bit. Maybe it ends up aligning more with those doors up above. I mean, I don't think that's such a big deal. It's still going to leave a lot of light. I agree, though, shortening those windows is not going to help this. And it's not going to help the occupants. And we are concerned with, you know, how well these work inside and
If
out.
we break this on the second level windows, isn't that going to be different from all of the others? And when we come back, you would not like it to see it that different?
I was only talking about the windows below.
right here. So
below.
he's talking about making it a brick right here in
Yeah.
between there and there.
That's
Not
a
above.
possibility. Still, it's going to be different though from the others.
Well, I think there's a little brick between the others. I don't know. I think I asked for it and it just turned into a wide mullion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a break in all of them. It's just it's exactly the same break between the two on the side, on the left hand side and right hand side, and then the other one in the middle is a big window.
My argument for making them different is that they're taller. That probably.
Alex,
makes it a little
if you don't have an issue with that, you know, what are your thoughts on that?
On what?
Making the center window a little bit smaller and making a bigger gap between this left window and the center window and the right window and the center window.
I mean, we can explore that. I think there is a possibility there we can break it. I'm just saying it's going to be slightly different, but we can certainly do the middle one a little narrower to allow more space between the side windows.
And right, make it brick. I think it would look odd then if it was wood, if it gets wider.
That's fine. So far the main suggestions are to break that up, you know, widen this up as George had commented, and as far as the Cleveland Street elevation, And, oh, go ahead.
Well, I don't know if anyone agrees with me, but I just think adding a bit of prominence to that front entry would be nice. That's all.
Is the entry from Cleveland Street, the bottom is what you're driving past, and the other one's the opposite end, is that correct?
Say that again, Bill, sorry.
Is the bottom elevation, when you're driving past Cleveland Street, what you're gonna see, and the top one is at the opposite end of the river? That's correct, right?
Yeah, so this will be the Cleveland Street, the bottom one will be at the Cleveland Street elevation. The top is between units 2 and 3.
So George, what was your comment on the bottom one when you're driving past on Cleveland Street, please?
Well, you've got the gray little mass there, right? But then you have a low wall that continues past that across the front entry. And it's almost like this very super understated entry. I just was asking that they maybe break that wall so that you get a little more pronounced entry piece there. It just seems very understated to me for being on Cleveland Street. It's kind of like it's looking sideways still. You know, maybe you could enter from this side. Maybe your path goes from this side instead of to the driveway. I don't know. It would be great to have a walkway up from Cleveland Street to the unit.
Yeah, could you put a little pediment, another column with a little wall, and then put stepping stones or some type of walking up to there from Cleveland Street?
It's a small thing, but I think it could be helpful.
Right, so it becomes more pedestrian, even though there's probably not a lot of pedestrians, over a bit more pedestrian accessible to the building instead of driving in, it becomes its own entity or complex. Is that what you're saying?
It kind of belongs a little more to Cleveland Street and less to the driveway.
Right, that makes sense. You know, my only other comment on that back elevation with all that glass is that I noticed the rest of the buildings have a hood over them which covers the roof. You see to the left here where you see Residence 3, if you go back to that elevation, I'm sorry.
Oh, I just clicked on something. This one?
So Residence 3 has that datum line of like that hood over the roof. It's a hip on the right in the middle. Does it make sense to get to Steve's point and Wendy's point, just to help break up that verticality of that elevation, to get rid of the trams on the first floor and put a hood with brackets, so you're starting to tie in that element to every one of them on the river? Just as a thought. Then it reduces glass and then it gives you some cover if you're out there. And then you could use the same bracket that you have on the front elevation to entry and see that reoccur somewhere else on the elevation. Just a thought.
So you're saying put a hood coming out here.
So that when you're coming up around the corner at Mill, you're going to see the Cleveland Street elevation and you're going to see the Riverside elevation. And with all that glass on those corner units, those are going to be lit up as glass boxes, lit glass boxes at night. So a hood may just create that shadow line that would help that situation. But I would just ask you to restudy that.
I'm not sure if I understand that, but if we can.
So hold on, I'll show you. This is, let me get antidote. So if you see this hood right here you have with the hip, if you did the same thing here, did like a hip roof that came, sorry, I'm not probably drawing this, a hip roof, again, don't go there, up here, and then put a bracket like you have on the front and a bracket, and then maybe do that here. You start, instead of have a hood here, instead of having this long verticality and all this glass, it'll eliminate a little bit of glass, have a cover over that. Then it starts to tie in with this element and even on the front. This one looks, I think, so different in glass because it doesn't have some of these other characteristics in the composition. Just a thought. I mean, I'm
remember there's a balcony on number 2. So
Yeah.
Mr. McDonald,
Right.
there's actually a balcony breaking that up now, but it could be
well,
detailed.
what if you did that? Yeah, what if you did a balcony on this one all the way across with brackets, and then on this one do a hood just to change it up a little, so there's some differentiation, and put brackets here and here, so at least you have that horizontalness that you have in these compositions here, and down here, instead of this real big vertical. It might help reduce some of that glass and that light box. Just a thought. I'm not sure what the right answer is, to be honest with you.
I like that. Could I
Yes,
see
I think
Cleveland
that
Street
really
side
helps.
again, please? Okay, what can we do along those lines to break up the 3 stories of glass? To touch it, it would be an atrocity to all architecture, I've been told, but there must be something along those lines that hasn't been thought of, maybe a hood, I don't know, to break up that 3 stories of glass.
Well, it would be to reduce the size of the openings.
Well, that would be one solution.
'Cause I don't think we could, I think a hood, it's not going to work there.
Well,
No, you and I have been talking about that from the beginning. Just bring the size of that glass down and you would still keep the gable. George's concern was that you felt like it was going to make the design look less exciting.
It's
I
beautiful,
guess.
don't touch it. I've heard that, but the other side of the equation is the amount of glass that glares out at night. That is the other side of the equation.
Mhm.
So what's behind all this? Is this a staircase or what is
This is
this?
the staircase.
Yes.
Oh, that's
And it's the staircase element we've approved on all of the other.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That element
which are
is
down the
on the-
way, and are not on the street. This is different. These are taller, bigger, and more featured. And why we need, give them some vitamin D tablets or something. We don't need that much light on a staircase.
I think light it's really a matter of personal opinion. Most of our clients are going into our homes and looking for a brick house home because of the light that in many more traditional homes is scarce and they're trying to get away from. So that is like a feature that is it's attractive to a lot of people. So I think that is really a matter of like personal opinion, and we need to discuss this because every person has an opinion about that and a lifestyle that is used to. But I think we need to discuss this and respect the people who are going to come here and are going to look for that, because nobody is going to benefit if we don't have enough glass and they stay empty and there is no buyer to buy them. I mean, we have to think about that, and we need your help to understand that and really evaluate what is the importance on the other side or on the street. This is not in the middle of the village where we have houses next to each other. I mean, I think the location there is not like the village center where this homes are going to be surrounded by many others in close proximity. It's across the street. There's the one house on the corner is up above, and it's just a matter of the pedestrian and the vehicles that are going to go there, and it's not even that heavy traffic there. So let's really evaluate that and consider all of these viewpoints so that we can help each other go through that.
You have a basic misunderstanding of our town. So your comments don't carry much weight with the townie.
I think her comments were dead on, Steve. And I think that you're
going to sell these regardless. You don't need glass on that level to sell a friggin' condominium. I mean, it's
why do you think the glass is bad?
Why?
Why do you think it's bad? I mean, that's your opinion, Steve, but that's
yes,
just
it
your opinion.
is.
Coming
And that's
back
your
to the
opinion.
staircase
So there
on
we
the
go.
Cleveland elevation, that staircase appears to have windows on the Cleveland Street side. It appears to have windows shining into that stairwell from the river side as well. Am I correct about that? So with those 3 punched openings? Yes, no, do those 3 punched openings go into the stairwell?
No.
Okay. I still think we could reduce the window size, that it's not going to heavily impact the natural light in the stairwell area for a purchaser. I think we could reduce that from the Cleveland Street side, and from the experience of the pedestrian and people going by, I think it's going to be better at night that you're not going to have it so lit up. I think there's room to do that. And I think there's room on the riverside to do the hood and break up the punched openings on the bottom to just bring it down without having a huge impact on the experience of a potential owner in the house. So I would suggest we revise and resubmit, make a motion to revise and resubmit based on those comments.
I second that motion.
Joan, do you have all the comments?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion to revise and resubmit. Motion made by Naylor, seconded by King.
Yes.
Can I don't want to beat it horse any more than we've already beat it, but I understand from an architectural standpoint that this feature was defined early on in the project and you want to try to be consistent. But I'm sitting here trying to think of, whether or not I want to walk down the stairs in my pajamas in the morning while everybody in the world in this town is crossing that bridge, watching me do it. And I think I think right off the bat, before you even get this thing completely built, the people that buy that are going to want blinds, and they're going to be closed all the time because there is absolutely no privacy. I mean, I walk by every day to the house that was built on the corner across from this, and they live in a fishbowl. And I don't understand why anyone would want to live like that. And so we've got this architectural feature that doesn't make any sense from a practical standpoint in terms of how you live inside the house. And I just think I agree with both Wendy and Steve that we have to find some sort of compromise that works. And I think it's to the benefit ultimately of your buyer. So I'm done. You've have a motion.
I call the question.
I had a question, just as a thought. I mean, I appreciate where George is coming from as far as that being an architectural element and all the glass, but I do see Steve and Wendy's comment with this town and the architecture and the feel, and you don't want all this glass. So is there a compromise that maybe, we put like whatever transoms that were up here, for example, in this area, could you put these transoms and maybe do these as flat panels that you've already started that language, and then maybe here you do that, or maybe you come down here 3 panes to show a hierarchy, put a panel here, and then 4 panes here and do like a panel under here, just to eliminate some of the glass and try to find a happy medium that the clients want a little more modern contemporary feel, but yet we want to respect and tip our hat to the village as far as not getting too much glass. Like I do agree with Phil, if you're in your pajamas and you're coming out, most people are gonna probably have their blinds down unless they're, so there's gotta be some happy compromise there, I would think.
No, we'll definitely take a look at that. We hear you, and we will talk to the architects and clients as well, and we'll adjust. My only question will be to take even as an example the lady before. I would like to really, that was presenting before us, to discuss all of the comments, and so next time we come, these are the comments we're discussing, and kind of look at all of the details and make sure we have addressed everything that you would like to address. And we understood, and we're on the same page about what we're after, so that we can address it appropriately and have it approved, so that we don't go back and forth too many times. Just really would like to understand your thinking, and if all that we discussed is everything that you wanted to address.
I have to believe that you understand the direction that we're thinking at this point. After a year of repeating the same thing over and over again, You must understand what
Steve,
we're looking for.
Steve, I know, but we're mimicking what we've already approved. So we're having issues with now you changing what you've already approved and now don't want.
No, don't pull that on me. That's why we broke them up.
We had about separating out units 1 and 2 for review.
That's
This is
right.
what started to happen when we break the project up.
You should read the minutes. You should read the minutes. Also, look at the lowest level of units 3 on out. There's a lot less glass on the lower level. So you're not doing cookie cutter, and we appreciate that. So continuity is one thing and cookie cutter is another. You just refused to listen to the music, and the music was sung very clearly by the 3 voting members today. So I suggest that you get to it. I call the question, Harry.
Okay, like I say, we have a motion and a second. I'm gonna call the roll so we can keep moving along here. Childs,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Naylor.
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Mike. We'll be in touch.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next one's Cleveland Plumbing Supply.
See if we can squeeze it in before lunch.
I need to screen share again, I guess. Did that pop up?
We're back to your,
Okay.
Go to the bottom screen share, that little arrow, click up and click on what you want from there.
Yeah, so you see it? I have the HSR up.
Nope, you got to go back, close out of that screen. Go to the
Stop
Zoom.
screen sharing.
Nope, just go to that little tiny arrow next to the bigger arrow on the screen share. It's green. Or just click it. It should be able to. I'll come help.
Yeah, help, please help.
Yep, I'm coming.
I think I can move forward to some degree here. It's the HSR was saying that it was built in 1884 or 1899, depending. It's been reworked many times in many ways. It still does meet the standards of historical significance as outlined in our code. But not well-defined changes to the east side are what it is being presented today for, and prospectus idea that would not have an adverse effect because the east side is such a terrible side anyway. So I look forward to seeing what the changes are. I move to receive the HSR for 143 Washington.
second.
Which one? What don't you want the?
All right, go ahead, try that.
There you are.
Okay, so we have a motion by King, seconded by Naylor for the accept the HSR. King,
Yes.
Naylor,
Yes.
Childs.
Yes.
All right, moving along here. Katie's got to get back in her office to let the presenter in.
Harry, is who's representing the owner?
I'm not sure. Katie,
Craig Dixon
is he online?
yes, I've asked him to unmute. Craig, if you can unmute. There we go.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, Craig, I'm gonna let you take over and kind of explain the project to the ABR.
Very well, and thank you for your time here. I've never seen such a patient board as you people. Unbelievable. Anyway, As you know, this building was built in 1894, originally as a feed store. As actually built as the westernmost section of the building. And then the easternmost section of the building occurred, that section. And then they filled in the center approximately 20 feet and made it all one large building. The current owners, Cleveland Plumbing Supply, is looking at doing a remodeling of the interior for their offices on the second floor and for Kohler on the first floor, which will have a dedicated area just for Kohler Plumbing. The front of the building will remain exactly as it is. However, that front porch that you see pictures of and drawings of is in not the best of shape. That will be totally reconstructed exactly the way it is now with new columns, new trims, either an AZEK or a material called Clear that you're probably familiar with, KLEER. New railings, everything like that. It will be exactly as it is now. And there's some siding on each side, on the east and the west side, which is the hardy board. That's in good shape and will stay. Some of the wood in the middle there behind that railing system and all is not in good shape, and that will be replaced with new hardy board as well.
Are you intending to change it up or sort of put it back to lap siding or try to do
Lap
that?
siding, correct. That'll just be lap siding. That with the arrow, originally they wanted to remove that. That will stay, those 4 panes of glass, kind of a showcase window. That will stay. The door on the right-hand side of that, underneath the roof, will be eliminated, and that roof section will be cut back, let's say 5 or 6 feet to cover the windows.
Could you change the roof support to maybe a bracket or something?
Yes, sir, we
Get
could
rid of
do
those
that, which might be a better idea with the traffic over there too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are those post bollards that I see in front of there?
Let's see where she's in another space.
Yeah, right there, down towards the
Yes.
ground. Yeah,
Yes.
it's pretty
That
narrow.
the lower portion below the windows, all the way to the north, is in some disrepair as far as the crawl space that's under there. And that is going to be reconstructed, and that will be covered, encased with a new trim board as well, the same board, the clear material, and painted white.
You may be getting to this, but are you going to replace those windows? I saw something about you're going to do window replacement. On that shot we were just looking at? Yeah. Are you replacing those windows?
I didn't think that was the plan.
Oh, okay.
I think those are in good condition.
Okay.
But the windows on the street side, on the front elevation.
Those are in good shape and are staying, right?
I'm seeing on the agenda, there's going to be, maybe you're getting to that, an addition and removal of windows and doors. Oh, you're removing them. You're not replacing anything. Okay.
Correct. The door.
Okay.
The pair of doors over to the right of that window with the arrow.
Okay.
Yes, that will be eliminated, and that will be siding. And we're adding a door in that area that will lead out of a stairway that we're doing on the inside so they can have an exit there. But that won't be the main entrance anymore. The main entrance will be the front doors
Mhm.
where the railings are and the roof canopy out there. The whole building will have new shingles, new roof over that. Right, all that stays.
Are you touching the siding on either side of the double, the two-story porch? All that stays, there's no changes?
Correct, the siding on each side stays. That's newer hardy board.
Yes.
Some of the siding in the center section where the railings are, that will be replaced with new hardy board. The corbels up at the very top are in good shape. The side that you're looking at right now, I'll just keep up with you guys. That will all, up above there and down below, that will all receive new hardy board siding. If you go a little bit to the right on that elevation or the south, that will all receive new hardy board, covering up that, well, they're going to remove the texture 111 and put new hardy board siding there.
The vertical stuff?
Yes, correct. That'll be eliminated. It's in disrepair. And up above, we wanted to get this in so that we could get going, but up above where you see those 4 double hung windows, there will be additional windows added in there at the same exact center lines, so it'll look more uniform. They're putting offices upstairs there, so those windows there'll be 7 of them in line up there.
I think you're I'm not sure your drawing is exactly representational with respect to the casing that's existing. It looks like there's at least a brick mold or something around those windows that.
That's correct. You're right.
So
we can pick that up.
Yeah.
What will the entrance be? I picture the Kohler store being sort of upbeat. What will be how will you get to the counter? I'll just call it the counter for a fitting or something. The new side door?
It'll be the front door and.
The front door for everything?
Yes, correct. And on the left side or the west side will be Cleveland Plumbing Supply. On the right side where you see all the plumbing fixtures, or the east side, that'll be Kohler store. So you use the same entrance to come in.
Oh, to go to that, okay.
So all the plumbers are gonna march through the store? Because I picture it being pretty well laid out.
Correct. They will all also have access from the west side to come in there, which is really the plan.
Parking over there, though. The parking's on the east side.
Yes, it is. The plumbers will pull in over there on the west side and pick up their supplies and come in through that ramp and the doors there. Mm-hmm. If you go back a little bit from your cursor to the right, that's where the parts counter is. And that double door there is where the plumbers will be coming in right there. Right.
Is there parking on the west side?
Go ahead.
Drive-through pretty much.
Yeah, it's a drive-through.
It's wide enough that the plumbers can park there and cars can still get by with quite a bit of room.
Parallel parking kind of. All right.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. And to add at that point, our site consultants have completed a site plan where they're going to come in there and add some catch basins and a whole new paved parking lot. So it'll be cleaned up drastically.
Are they talking about replacing the fence as well, or?
We haven't had any discussions. You mean on the west side over there?
Yeah, I've had some discussions with the owners before about that fence. I think this would probably be a good time to get that cleaned up.
It's pretty bad. Okay. It's a chain link from what I remember, right?
You're putting in new storm, which hopefully coincides with the work that they're doing on East Washington to be right now anyway.
Correct.
So, yeah, that will be helpful.
I'm a little puzzled because you've talked about some windows. We're going to put a couple of windows there and a couple of windows here and so forth. I'm speaking for myself when I say I think the project sounds good. We'll definitely want to know that nobody can tell the difference while driving by at the front of the building than the way it looks now, only maybe it'll paint it or something. But so sticking to detail is very important. It's all wood or wood and clear, I heard.
Correct.
The final plans go ahead. Usually when we approve of plans for final, we're not approving plans that say, yeah, we're going to put a couple of windows along that side. It's fun to look at. I'm trying to think of how we can help you without approving something that we haven't seen yet.
I understand that. And if you want to table us so that you can see that, then
I think that's a good idea.
We would be happy to do that.
Okay, we call it revise and submit. And I look forward to this project. It's going to be great. And I appreciate your efforts on this. I move to revise and resubmit with more final plans.
Second.
So motion by.
Okay, sorry.
Motion by King, seconded by Naylor to revise and resubmit. King?
Phil, did you have a comment?
Well, yeah, I think it would be important to delineate on the final drawings what is new siding and what is existing to remain.
And we do have that in our latest drawings, so.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Good, thanks.
And when do we have to have these in?
Friday.
On the next meeting?
Friday?
Friday?
Yes.
Okay, we'll do that.
Okay, King,
Yes.
Naylor,
Yes.
Childs.
Yes.
Thanks, Craig.
Thanks for your
Taking a
time. Appreciate it.
second break, Steve. I'll be right back.
I think we'll all take a 2-minute break, please.
Okay. Bye-bye.
So we're pausing for a minute?
We are.
Yes.
Okay.
Next up is Hall Street, I guess.
Yes,
Correct.
I've got both the residents and I think the architect or the
Steve
contractor.
Cicilletto.
Yeah, they're both under the panelist, so we'll just ask them both to unmute. And when everybody rejoins, we can go forward.
Can you hear me, Phil?
Yeah, we can hear you, Stephen.
Can't see you, but I can hear you.
Yeah, hi, and it's Dave Sanders, the resident too, and I'll just be on mute and let Steve carry the conversation unless there's questions.
Hi, Steve.
we're just waiting on Steve.
He's there.
Oh, yeah, all in free. If you don't come down, you're OD.
That was weird calling you Steve. Dr. Camp. Didn't do that.
As I tell people who keep calling me doctor in a casual circumstance, you can call me doctor or your excellency, either one.
Hey, I have excellent teeth, so yes, your
There you
excellency
go.
works.
I'm sorry, I say, call me Steve or your excellency. That's okay. 53 Hall Street.
Okay.
Do we have Steve Ciceretto online?
Now I am on. Can you hear me, Harry?
Yes, I can, Steve.
Okay. Okay, so we are returning with a project that we looked at a little bit earlier. It is a detached garage and a sun screen porch. Let's see. Not sure. Well, where are we spinning to here? Maybe if we start at the very beginning, let's talk about what we did. So we simplified the garage per your request. And it was basically what we did is moved it 7 foot off of the property line so that we met the setback requirements for a 21-foot high garage. We eliminated the reverse gable that was over the center door. We eliminated the arch top doors and went with these square panel doors, similar style. And we added some windows to the back side, and also to the we also added a window on the rear side, the south side. And in addition, I added a photograph because for some reason we were having trouble getting those up the last time. So that photograph kind of shows the area of the addition. So there's actually a rear door there on the right that is part of a stair hall, comes down into a stair hall. And what we were doing was extending that room covering, that roof, back to the back of the existing house. So we have sort of a rear mudroom entrance that would be using to get to from the garage. The elevations are, I don't know, let's see what we're looking at here. We had some questions about windows on that east side. I guess, Harry, if you go, that's good. So articulation and windows on that side. So you can kind of see that dashed line where that existing rear entrance door is and how we've extended that roof line to meet that tower that sort of stands at the back. It was an addition on this house several years ago. And so we're kind of breaking that big mass up with that new door. And that would go out to a side, that French door that you see there, that side door goes out to a little courtyard on the side of the house. Then we have kind of articulated these new masses by stepping them away from the property line. So the screen porch element is 8 inches beyond the face of the existing house, and the garage addition, as it would be added on, is another 16 inches set back away. So you could see these roof lines kind of scaling down, and yeah, I think you can see those new windows. That shaded area behind the garage on this elevation is fence. So there is a stockade fence that will remain between the neighbors and this house. That's that rear elevation. You can kind of see how those roofs, it's kind of busy. I guess you can see that's gets fairly busy, but the idea is to just match the roof pitch and the roof, those rake details. You'll see they have a little fancy cut on the end of them. So we'll be matching those details. And there's that window on, we had the upper window in the second floor. It was suggested maybe a window on that first floor would help. And so we've kind of reflected that on that drawing. Let's see, if we go down a little bit, Harry, or I'm sorry, you should have gone up to see the front of the garage there. Oops. So I just wanted to show, this is the detached garage. Not sure, Harry, is that cupola not supposed to be on there? Is that what were you trying to tell me?
Yeah, that's my red X. It takes the garage over the height limit.
Okay, so I guess we won't have a cupola on the garage after all.
ABR might disagree with me, but I'm looking at it from a zoning perspective.
Sure, I understand. So yeah, the ridge line of that is the 21 foot. And if that cupola element is a problem, we'll just eliminate it. We thought it might break the ridge line up a little bit. So that's of course why it's on there. It's more decorative than ventilation because we'll be using shingle type ridge vents on this. The shingles and all the materials match the existing house. It's hardy plank lap siding, and we have some carriage style doors. And if you go down, Harry, that's the freestanding. You may remember we were looking at this as a sort of as an alternate, depending on pricing on the screen porch. But the owners have really we've gotten some pricing, and we're in a position right now where we believe that that screen porch element we'd like to add on to this project. So this elevation kind of shows how there would be a central courtyard off the driveway between the drive and the screen porch, kind of giving us garden space between that garage where it projects about 9 or 10 feet in front of that screen porch wall. There's a little bit of a garden courtyard that we'd be using there. And the materials on that, we've created PVC panels, AZEK panels on the bottom of those doors to kind of align with the existing foundation height and give some continuity there. And that's about it. Yeah, the addition starts obviously right at the side of that screen porch. Okay, I think it's fairly long, but it's I believe well articulated now. There's several step backs in elevation, and clearly you can tell where the original house was and where our addition would be proceeding.
So I think we might have talked about it this last time, where traditionally the layout in the village is you have your main building and you have accessory structure, right? And so the first time you came in, I remember the discussion about there's the main building and the accessory structure. And I think we liked the design of it looking like a barn. It's a bit large being a three-car garage just from the scale of the traditional scale of the village. What I think happened was when you tied it together with the enclosed porch, it creates a huge continuous, and I know you were trying to break the planes and all, but enclosing that porch creates just a huge elongated structure where I'd rather see that porch. Did you have it as a breezeway before? Or did you have that open before?
It was either detached as a garage or the screen porch added to it. So it's always been the same element. We just articulated it a little bit more, and there was some question about the massing.
Yeah, so that's where I'm going, is the massing of this. I am very wary about. It's this elongated house that we keep seeing coming along. Yeah, that really breaks up the historic configuration, which would be a house, an accessory building. And now you've enclosed it in the middle and it's just hugely elongated, that kind of, problem we run into with the bowling alley lot. Can we make that a patio area in the middle instead of the enclosed porch to break it up?
Well, obviously, you know, there's an issue, you know, when you come out of the garage and you're trying,
I
you know,
know,
they're trying to
everybody
get out
wants
of the
the
rain.
attached garage now, right?
And we didn't want to attach the garage directly. I am afraid that the rendering, because the screens, you know, those are fairly transparent elements. I did toy with the idea of putting a flat roof, you know, element, maybe picking up that handrail, the balustrade or something like that as the roof element for that garage or for that screen porch. But I didn't feel it was really necessarily in keeping with, you know, the rest of the lines of the house. I do think, unfortunately, if there was a model that, you know, there is a lot of break in this elevation. You know,
Yeah, I understand from a perspective standpoint. It probably shows that, but and we're not over lot coverage or anything on this, right?
No,
we're
well,
not.
No.
Remember, we're also, as part of this, we're asking that the garage, of course, is limited to that 700 square foot, but the existing garage that we were asking to demo is almost 1,400 square foot. It's at the back of the property, so we're actually even with the screen
Back
porch.
and it's detached from the house, yeah.
Correct, and that's my point, is that we're picking up more green space even with this addition and the screen porch than currently is on the site by eliminating that existing garage and greening up that area between the neighbors.
Plus, you're doing away with a front-loading detached garage where this is going to be side-loading, so it's not going to be visible from the street.
Correct. I mean, I do think that, you know, the rear side of this is heavily screened with, you know, that stockade fence. It's it won't reach from the neighbors. When we did the Margiotta's house next door, although we didn't have the attachment, that garage was, you know, very similar in style and scale and probably a little closer proximity to the house. And it, and you know, fit that, I believe fits the neighborhood really well and was well received by the neighbors.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, this is Bill Childs. Is it possible to either go back to your barn like you had this overhang here just to break up the massing, or to put maybe 3 little dormers that have, you know, well, I can't draw on this thing, little dormers like that to break up the roof to kind of tie in maybe something like this or this to get this architectural detail on a smaller scale to break that up. And then my only other thought, if you go back to plan, Harry.
Yes.
Well, even this elevation, stop for a sec. Oops, sorry. If you go, well, even here, this is fine. This roof overlapping here is kind of a little bit odd for massing. What I would do is and if you look at this elevation going this way, it looks kind of odd how it dies in here. This form should really be pushed back, kind of like, I don't know if you can see this. This little diagram right here, I don't know if I've got it close enough to the camera.
I know we did discuss that, and I would agree 100%, Bill. This is where the lot constraints come in a little bit. We're trying to, if we are putting the screen porch on, the attempt is to get to that side entrance, that rear that we're showing to the right there. And so what actually has to happen, and then of course we have the 7-foot constraint. We really don't care if that roof went to 21 feet. It's not like the Sanders were really planning on using a lot of extra storage up there or anything. But my personal feeling on it was that it should match the pitch of the existing house. So that's what kicked kicks it up. You know, I mean, I think if we look at that rear elevation and flatten that pitch on that porch in proximity to the house, it would be a mistake. So I would have loved Bill to be able to push that element and get it to read, but between the setback requirements for the garage and being able to make sense of the screen porch so that it actually becomes a breezeway or a covered walkway to that back door, it sets up. Now I think if you look at the plan, I think you'll be able to.
Yeah, if we can go to plan.
Keep going down, Harry. That's just, there, that's one. Just so you see how, oops, there it is. Let's see. So you see that, Bill, where I'm trying to access that first floor of that family room is probably maybe 5 or 6 feet higher than the grade outside. So what I'm trying to do is to get from the garage to that screen porch into that vestibule, that new foyer mudroom that we've created there. You know, to get that articulation you're talking about and slide it in front of the required setback for the garage, it would push, it wouldn't give us access to that vestibule.
Well, what I'm saying, Steve, is take this piece right here, pull this door this way, put the wall here so you get a 2-foot return, come out here, put a reverse gable here, and then let this continue here. This will be back into here. This will eliminate this odd look of the two rake boards and how this roof lands on here. It'll give you a little more space for the screen porch. You could put a chair here. You could put a chair here, and then it breaks up the elevation, what Wendy was talking about. And then on the front here, I just either put the 3 little dormers or put the big, and again, it's not for storage, it's just to break up the long train.
Right.
And this will kind of give you a little more space, but still resolve this issue of getting into here. It's just a matter of playing with the roofs, and then it'll break up the composition like Wendy was talking about. And if you needed to break it up more over here, I did that reverse gable and do it here. So you have more of a defined entry. So it breaks that up. So if you break the composition up, it won't look continuous.
That makes sense. We could try and play with that. That roof being lower than the.
No, I keep everything the same. I think you got a great concept and you're almost there. It's just a matter of tweaking things like breaking up the roof a little bit. This I think is critical from historic just massing and architecture. If you just can pull this back and then, like I said, we're in a reverse gable this way and then put this here. This gable lands onto here. This one is a little shorter, lands here. So then you start to see differentiation and the height of the ridge and it breaks up massing, what Wendy was commenting on. And then you get some cool spaces in here. You know, they could have a little area here to put a couple of chairs, a little cocktail table. Maybe this entry's pulled out a little more so they get maybe another chair or two or get a little more space because you're going to lose right here. And then my only other comment is how wide's your cupola? It looks a little thin. Do you know off the top of your head?
30 inches.
Oh, okay. And that ridge is 21?
Yes.
Okay.
But Bill, remember the cupola is going away.
Oh, sorry. Apologize.
Yeah, I think that's a zoning issue that I wasn't aware of. I'm not sure if that might work in, if it's needed, or if it might work in over that new gable that you just delineating. I'd like to get, obviously, we kind of broke this into 2 plans, and I think that because we're starting to run up against time, although I thought we had plenty at start, you know, the garage and its location, I don't think will ever change. I don't have a problem with adding those dormers. We simplified it. I must have misinterpreted what you were saying the last time, because I had a center element that I thought was breaking up that garage, and it was my concern originally that we just have this big long garage roof. So maybe just seeing it in you know, without those is, you know, kind of brought it to light again. But I thought that our last conversation was about getting rid of those reverse gables. I'm not opposed to adding some dormers up there for light. I don't think the Sanders would be. We cut some cost out of it, obviously, by eliminating that center ridge that I had to reverse gable. Wish I could draw
Is
on that,
there
but,
talk about a hayloft door looking gable or something like that?
well, well, originally we had sort of a reverse gable on that, and some of it is limited because I wanted to stay with singular doors, overhead doors, instead of big massive doors on, and so so we talked about getting rid of that element. I think was the suggestion the last time, and that's what we reflected. I don't mind putting a little dormer or a couple dormers up to maybe reflect what's going on the house a little. I don't think it would affect their cost significantly. I could let the Sanders weigh in. I think Dave is on. Dave, are you there, Dave?
Yep, I'm here, just following the conversation. So I think some good suggestions, and I trust whatever judgment you all and Steve you have around, what'll make the most sense.
Okay.
It does. Your point about the Margiatas, though. So at least we know that a structure like this worked next door. So that's on my mind. And we did about, Harry, you worked with us about 15 years ago. I bought the property next door so that we could expand our lot and get rid of a shared drive so we could separate the drive. So it is a bit wider of a property to accommodate this. But I get the points there. I think there's valid about making sure this isn't a long piece from a visual standpoint without the right breakups. So whether that means we need to add a dormer or not, I'll take your guidance on that.
Okay, so should I make a motion to revise and resubmit based on board comments?
I think that's where we are.
Okay.
No way to get a conditional approval. Steve, the only thing I'm worried about is start time to get this done.
I'm sure that the appearance of dormers on the garage, especially on that element of it.
That's easy, yeah.
Yeah, I would say if we could get a conditional approval on the garage with the addition of the dormers.
Were you going to change the configuration?
The screen porch?
Porch configuration?
Yeah,
as well?
so what we'd like to be able to do is get, it's more of a post structure foundation, so what we really need to do is to get the garage built and then link it if we could come to a solution. And I think Bill's points were well taken. I think that could make for a charming, add some charm to that courtyard and give us a little more breakup that you're looking for, Wendy. So you don't see that big long extension. There's more reverse gables that are taking play. So I would just look for conditional approval on the garage, and we would revise and resubmit the screen porch attachment.
That would allow you to also, start the clock on the demolition of the garage.
Yeah.
And
okay, because you've got 30 days. Is it 30 days or 60 days?
It is 30 days, but that 30, he's already halfway through it because the demolition came at the last meeting.
Oh, okay. So that's our clock's running.
Our
Okay.
clock's already running on that.
You
That would
already
be
have to
fine.
wait 2 weeks to do anything?
Pardon?
I was just gonna say that, they could get started on the garage and then have Steve circle back with you folks with the connector piece with the patio and the dormers, during the construction process. Because like they say, we're running out of nice weather, hard to believe, but.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a motion on the floor?
I'll withdraw the motion and Steve, go ahead. Or you want me to do it? Either way.
Well, conditional approval based on the items mentioned, which include the overlapping roofs and the proposed dormers or gables on the garage.
Is there a preference from the board to consider 2 or 3 small gables as Bill suggested, or sort of circle back to the concept of having a larger single dormer as was proposed originally, maybe with a little different configuration to it or something? I don't want to approve the garage unless we've got sort of clear understanding that this garage could be built just as if it's drawn, if we're giving approval to it, versus we may or may not do something.
Proportion of the dormers, or if you put a reverse gable and a hay door on, we do need to see the proportion of that.
Yes.
So what are we doing here? We're tired.
I agree.
What am I doing?
Everybody likes the garage.
Yeah, we like the garage. Yeah, go ahead.
Where it's placed off the line because of its height. Proceeding with approval so that you can start the clock on getting that going. But between now, could you have the revisions for the garage dormers back to us by Friday, and so that we see it in 2 weeks?
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
And I'm anticipating it. I think I went down the road with one sort of central dormer before. I don't think it was that favorably received, so I would prefer to look at probably
smaller dormers.
Two, possibly 3 smaller dormers.
Okay.
To match that detail.
Good. Right.
I think it reduces the mass a little bit more, because
Yes.
otherwise you see sort of a big tall wall there.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Wait, what was the motion? Did we get the motion for Joan? So we're making a motion to approve the garage plan as submitted with roof dormers and enclosed porch design to be resubmitted,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yes.
Second, or whatever I did. I don't know.
So,
Second,
No,
third.
that was Steve's motion or my motion.
well, you had started the motion, Wendy, and then did Steve second it?
Yes.
Absolutely. That's what happened. Go ahead.
Okay, Naylor,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Child.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you.
Hang in
Steve.
there.
Thank you all.
You're halfway done.
Yeah, thanks. Are you bringing lunch, Steve?
I'm leaving for lunch. I know that.
You ever notice how I duck out of the frame once in a while and come back chewing?
I know. Over here, back here.
Thanks.
10 West Orange, Phillips Automotive sign. Oh, we got it all there, huh?
Got some choices. Okay.
Yeah, here's what I got. 3 different choices there. I wrote
All
down
right.
which ones I like the best.
Hey, John,
I know
just
you wanted
for the
to
record,
know what it was made of. It's 1/4 inch poly metal. And, somebody had mentioned the West Orange Street didn't have to be on there, but I'll tell you, anybody coming from the west on Chagrin Boulevard, where does West Orange Street even start? Even pulling up to the light, there's no signage. If you're coming down the hill, you see it, but coming in from Chagrin Boulevard, you don't see anything. So I thought that would be a good thing to have there, with the full West Orange Street.
Is that your
Signage
first
like
choice
that.
then coming up? That's the first choice?
Yeah, the first choice, is that it there? No, that's not the one.
third
No.
choice.
Oh, that's the third choice. Oh, okay.
Third choice.
John, can
yes.
you introduce yourself real quick?
Oh, yes, I'm John Phillips, owner of Phillips Automotive
Thank you.
in Chagrin Falls. Yep, sorry
There's
about that.
the first choice.
I usually have Steve do this, but he's out getting a title. Okay, yes. First choice, I think that would look appropriate. It's going to fill in a nice little triangle there and perfect, slot, go right in the slot there all the way around. I think that would be my favorite anyway. If you have any doubts or any other problems with, I don't know what you need to know.
What is the poly one?
You know, I
what is
don't
the
know. I
wood-looking
asked
area? What is
yeah, it's
that
a
wood looking
1/4 inch
area?
poly metal, he said. I don't know exactly what it is. I only went by what he told me because I asked him what it was going to be because you guys wanted to know.
A poly metal is like a.
There we go.
It's, I'm losing it. It's a white metal or a colored metal. It's like powder coated.
Oh, that's what I want
metal.
to know. Okay.
Powder
It's not,
coated.
it's not a shiny, it's somewhere between a matte and a full shine,
It could be either one.
like a powdered metal. Oh,
Right.
okay.
They call it powder coating. So
Okay.
that's what it is. It's a
On the
colored
side,
metal.
is everything there this polymetal? I mean, the gray, the wood color, and the other gray, is that all polymetal? Or is the
Yes.
polymetal just the black triangle?
It's just the black triangle. Yeah. That's
My
what'll go in
question
the
is,
slot.
what is around it? Because you have 2x4s, I think, now.
Well, the
and-
routing is, you know, the picture, we took a picture before of the station. You can see where it's going to go. That was the one I submitted before.
Right.
There's just like a molding around that triangle where this piece is going. On the building. They're seeing it right now. There's nothing in the middle there.
Well, it's the edge that I'm wondering, covering up the wood that's there that'll weather and look crummy. It could be done with brown roof flashing, just something to cover up that.
Well, this sign isn't going anywhere. If it's polymetal.
No, I meant but the stuff's around, it's not polymetal.
Oh,
The
yeah.
yellow part, there's
yellow
kind of,
part.
Yep,
yellow.
okay, the trim. Yeah.
Well, but it's nothing but exposed 2x4 right now. I was just wondering what the final solution was. Painting it would be short-lived, I think.
I think doing it in AZAC or Boral trim, putting a coat of paint on it, will hold up as long as the sign will.
Okay, that's the answer I was looking for. Something, yeah.
so we can make an approval as long as conditioned on it being mounted on painted.
Actually, it wouldn't be mounted on as much as it's mounted, the sign is mounted, and then there's the blue and the yellow would be trim that I think apply over the joint.
Oh, that's the trim. Oh, okay.
I'm speaking for you, John. I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's okay. I'm not familiar with all this. So
Sound
go
good?
ahead. Yeah. Help
Yeah.
yourself.
Well, you need to know though, that we'll call it the yellow part is covered by something that doesn't need maintenance. Like a fake wood. Boral is a fake wood.
Yeah, I could
or
probably come up with something there, I guess. Yeah.
Man-made,
Yeah.
not fake, it's man-made.
Yeah, so-
Man-made.
So I'm looking at I can't bring you the drawing from the last meeting, but looking at the picture, it looks like a 1x4 in a triangle shape.
Yeah.
So those 1x4s, that could be made out of AZAC or some other man-made material, I guess.
Yeah.
And then the triangular sign is just gonna cover up, it looks like an old batten board piece
Yeah.
of wood siding there.
Yes. Man-made being a sexist comment.
So,
Okay, Steve,
Okay, let's talk about the sign.
right.
so I'm trying to come up with a motion here to move us along because we're all getting hungry.
And me.
So, yeah, you're eating yeah. So we move to approve the first choice sign mounted on a
Synthetic.
synthetic.
There you go. Thank you for those kind
Material.
words.
Signboard.
How's that? So
Very good.
motion on the table.
I second that motion.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, motion by Naylor, seconded by King. Childs,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Naylor.
Yes,
Okay, thanks, John. You're all set.
thank
Got
you.
your
I
mark-
appreciate it. Thank you all.
All right.
Talk to you
John.
later.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Okay.
All right, Steve, these next two is First Federal Lakewood. You can just take them. Only reason I broke it into two different submissions because they got two different addresses.
Got it.
you can just do 2 East Washington, move right into 17th.
Okay, signage First Federal.
And we have the same person presenting for the next 3 items.
Okay, that's good.
I'm just gonna ask you to unmute. Kunzen.
Hello, this is Bob Kunzen with Brilliant Electric Sign Company.
Hey, Bob, how you doing?
Good. I
All
found
right,
you
real
on.
quick, yeah, just go ahead, push your, talk about your sign image, rebranding of the sign, I guess.
Yeah, these are all like for like sign replacements. First Federal of Lakewood has changed their logo. It used to say First and then the tree is redesigned and moved to the left. Everything is very similar. All the signage in this package that you see is the same size, same colors. It's just, as you said, Harry, rebranding just to match their new branding.
So
do
I
have
have
one
oh, go ahead, Harry.
I do have one comment about the awning on the back of the building. That was, I think that was just put up without any village approval, so we really shouldn't be looking at that. I couldn't find anything in the file on it, so
Okay.
I don't know how that came about. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Oh, all righty.
So I have some comments on the signboard component, and I'm glad to see you come in with this. That sign has always been a little bit more of a pink tone than the building. Can you find a signboard color that blends with the sandstone that doesn't have that pink coming into it? And then other than that, I think we're using the same size and placement of what is already in the building.
That's correct.
Yeah, but it's a color. The color is off.
Well, you know, when we go to paint that, we will match the sandstone fascia as close as possible. We're not going to match the old sign. We're going to go out and match the sandstone.
Okay, it's long because you were talking about you were going to use the same color, and I just wanted to make sure because that's going to make that blend a lot better.
I understand.
Or do a contrasting color, but you know, sometimes it's hard to blend. I don't know what contrasting color you would use here. It seems to be their branding, but yeah. So my comments related to the color, and it's just the 2 signboards. We're not doing the awning right over the back. We're not touching that.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, the awning is being replaced. What do I need to do with that, Harry?
I was just, they need to make that logo. If you want to put that awning on there, they need to bring that First Federal Lakewood and the logo down to 8 inches high. It's too high. And I know it's mirroring what's on the back of the building, but like I said, I had no record of that. So I think it just appeared. Nobody said anything about it.
Are you replacing the awning?
Yes.
Yeah, they are replacing it.
Can't shut this thing off.
Yeah, see, there's a picture of what they're replacing it with. And like I say, it's just a rebranding, but to be in compliance with the code, with the awnings, that font. on
Yeah.
that-
I want
on
something
the,
done with the. You're right.
So the overall height of the copy must be no greater
Wanted
than
to cover with some kind of
Correct.
synthetic-
I kind of highlighted it here.
I'm not gonna worry a lot about that.
Got it.
Hey, Katie, can you turn off Phillips Automotive? They're talking in the background.
Sorry, just didn't notice that.
Thank you. Sorry, Bob, go ahead.
Can anybody guide me how to turn up my speakers? Because every time I go near the plus and minus sign, it gets covered up by the bottom bar.
Every computer is different.
Maybe on your keyboard, you might have a volume up on your keyboard.
Yeah, I
Yes,
wish I
yeah,
did. I've
well-
been frantically looking for it, but this will do.
So anyways, that was my,
we can holler.
that was just my comments with that awning on the back, Bob.
Okay.
And you can see I highlighted, it can't exceed 8 inches in height. the font and the tree.
Got it. So the awning size is fine, just the copy on the front.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we move to approve as presented with the attention to detail on the color match of the Washington sign and the coming to code on the awning sign. Is that right?
And Steve, you see the South Franklin Street sign above? It's the mortgage division.
Yeah, I thought we were ignoring that today.
No, you're not, you're ignoring the awning font in the back. I was just making comment about that.
So the blade or
The blade sign, the hanging sign, that's all part of this too, so.
Okay, well, it's a separate but part of it. I got it. Comments on that sign?
It looks fine.
I'm good with it.
Okay, I extend my motion to include the blade sign, ignoring the awning sign. And I already mentioned the front sign matching the color. That's my motion.
Second.
Second.
And is there a signboard on the South Franklin Street side?
Yes.
So both signboards,
Yes.
Yes,
Washington and Franklin. Yes.
Yes.
Second. Second.
Okay, motion by King, second by Naylor. Childs,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Naylor. Okay,
Yes.
well, now let's move over to 17 South Franklin Street, which is the ATM right next door.
Say, did Tide put up a surprise sign on us?
No,
A little sign?
no, that was all on your submission.
That was part of the main one, huh?
Yes. So basically, it's the same thing. I'll let Bob pick up with it. It's just replacing the logo that's on the ATM. I remember from the last submission, this word ATM, that's there for security purposes.
That's exactly correct. On the left rendering, it's just going to be the panel at the top, which is going to, it's just the top green panel there. And then on the opposite side of the big letters ATM, it's going to be vinyl lettering placed above that on the existing green panel.
The ATM is new.
No, ATM's been there. And they have to keep it on there for security purposes, I've been told.
Just seems to be rather large.
I understand. It's existing as it sits today, so.
Okay.
This is being removed.
Very good.
I'm sorry, is this an internal security for the bank? It has to be that big? Who's saying it has to be that big? Because I mean,
I
there's
just, I
other
remember
ATM
from
machines all
previous,
over, and I don't-
yeah, I don't know exactly the history of it, but I remember when they did this, it was a security issue. They had to call it out as an ATM, so I don't know.
I've just never seen that on any other bank ATMs.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I'm not really liking that.
Well, I mean, maybe the sign company can talk to First Federal Lakewood and see if it can go away, but it's existing today, so.
Yes, so let's put that in the motion.
Well,
We'd like the ATM gone or smaller?
Small, well, smaller. I can see where they want it on there, but that, I've just never seen an ATM like branded like that anywhere. So for security, I don't know if that's some internal bank policy, if it's some kind of like they're picking up whoever the guys are that pick the money up. I'm sorry to bring this up this late in the game. I'm just like trying to
Can you look into that and you can get back to me on
look
that?
into that, please.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yes.
You know, I just want to make sure that you're clear that that's been there all along.
Yeah, I know. But if you're making a new sign, can you make it smaller?
That's
Yeah,
all I'm asking.
We weren't really making a new sign there, sir. We're just putting vinyl letters above it.
Okay, in that case, I think it's a done deal.
Oh, I see. You're just putting the First Federal, the ATM is there. So you're not
Correct.
touching that. I'm
No,
sorry.
that's existing, Wendy.
I got it. Pardon me. Pardon me.
Move
Okay.
to approve as presented.
Move to approve this for a second. Mhm.
Motion by King, seconded by Naylor. Naylor,
Yes.
Childs,
Yes.
King.
Yes.
Okay, moving along to 40 East Washington Street.
Wait just a minute, I gotta get my protractor ready.
I know.
I do not understand that code at all.
So let me give you the backstory on this. As you know, you reviewed this with another sign company 2 or 3 times. And then I did make a zoning error because they got this vision triangle in the language of their code, and I overlooked it. So this new sign company, Brilliant Electric Sign, submitted a new plan to us, and they did the vision triangles on both sides. And there's only about an 8-foot area where they can put a sign in front of this building. And with that, I'm gonna let Bob talk about it.
Yeah, as Harry said, we're moving in as a new sign vendor here. It's the design, it's been redesigned. As I understand, the first proposals, as Harry said, weren't received well. As you can see, the new design here, it's quite a bit more fitting to the area, the building, everything about it, I believe. I'm sure you'll agree. This is now wooden posts, which with HDU, which stands for high density urethane. It is routed copy. It's all painted. Whole lot nicer. I think you'll agree. And we do have plenty of area to place within the site triangle, as Harry had already mentioned.
So this has been pushed back, or is it still out at the street? It's still out at the street.
It's 1 to 2 feet away from the edge of the planter.
But it's still 9 feet tall from the sidewalk.
I'm not sure exactly what that elevation is, but go ahead.
Well, the grade is above the retaining wall, and the retaining wall, maybe it's not 2 feet, but it's something close to that. So the retaining wall, say 20 inches, and then the 6'2", the sign, puts it in the 8-9 foot high area.
From below the retaining wall, I
Right, well, that's where everybody is in terms of vision and so forth.
So we have two things that we're looking at from a design standpoint. One is the size of the sign sort of acceptable, and then is the height of the sign. I mean, if you're placing it where it has to be from a side angle standpoint, and we've pushed it back away from the retaining wall, can we push it down to the ground on the high side to lower it to more of a ground sign because of how the ground is tapering? I guess, is that the question?
My question, yeah.
Yeah, the idea, isn't it right pretty close to the sidewalk though? It's right to the wall?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, okay, so it's right on the wall. It's 4'7" wide. I don't understand why it can't be the same size as your Howard Hanna in my front yard sign. You're presenting a sign, which is your logo and all this. However, for the last 30 years, the main office in Chagrin doesn't have that logo. They have a very sedate colored logo on the side of the campaign building. I was kind of hoping we'd move in that direction because it seems to be good enough for the main office. Why wouldn't less garish colors be sufficient here?
Yeah, that would be way too small for a business location, you know, that the same size signs that you would use in a yard of a property for sale.
Mm-hmm.
You know, of course it wants to stand out as a business being there.
Is this a walk-in type of office? I'm not sure what. Is it just more of the main office? Is that what it is, or?
Yeah, it's gonna be the main office for Howard Hanna. They're moving off of North Main Street.
Oh, they're moving out of the campaign building.
Yes, they
Why
are.
don't you take that sign with you? It's better colors.
Well, I'm still, if you could answer the question that Phil brought up about bringing that side down on the high side to grade and then extending it out to the retaining wall, and then you do plantings or something around it just to bring it down. So it's not slapping you in the face as you walk by as a pedestrian, because you're at a transition area into a National Register district and a pedestrian neighborhood environment. And that's where we've been stuck about the height of this sign being above a retaining wall, sitting up there, you walk by and it's like bam in your face. So the question is, can you lower the sign?
In my opinion, I believe it would be more in your face then, because if the retaining wall, what are we saying? It's about 2 feet?
It's
Yeah,
a
something like
little
that.
over
Yeah,
2 feet. It's about 2.5 feet, I think.
Is it?
Yeah. So this place is,
Yeah.
this is all a guesstimate, but this place is the bottom edge of the sign panel at about 5 feet tall, at about 5 feet up there. Before,
Well, then the proportion is still not right then. If it's, this is what we've been struggling with this sign, is the proportion and scale of it when you've got a residential neighborhood ahead of you. The idea is not that you can see it as a billboard from the intersection of East Washington and Main Street.
Wendy, if I can state that this sign meets the current code, and in the zoning code, I know it clashes with some of the ABR stuff. It says it can be 6 feet above finished grade. The finished grade is the retaining wall that goes across the entire front of that property.
I do believe we're able to look at scale and proportion though.
Well, is the sidewalk part of finished grade, or?
No,
is
it's
it
not. It is not.
Well,
So
in
you
this
do not
case,
have to comply with grade if you've got a retaining wall?
The grade is the grade. Like I say, the finished grade is from the left side of the building to the right side. There's a retaining wall that supports that. That is your finished grade 2 foot above the sidewalk. And the code says it can be up to 6 feet above finished grade.
Well, we're at, well, this is getting picked 6 foot 2.5 inches above. But yeah, I hear you.
I can't believe if it was a 4 foot drop from the building to the retaining wall, that you would still use the finished grade of the building.
I'm just telling you what the code says.
Well, the code is to be interpreted. In other words, what do they mean by finished grade? I mean, I would say the foot of the sign is the finished grade.
yes, yes. And we are at, right now we're showing 6 foot 2 inches from finished grade. And that's necessary because of the slope, so that the back edge of the sign isn't buried or too close to the ground.
Well, what's too close?
Yeah, define too close.
I mean, if you put this on a stone pier, sign pier, and the bottom of the sign was the top of the pier, and the pier could run from grade at the back to whatever the slope is, say a foot. That would still lower, I mean, it still lowers the sign itself to try to mean, we're dealing with a different condition here than what's happening across the street for pretty much all of the signs that are mounted going up the street. Because it's already up on a pedestal, if you will, then we need to lower the sign to compensate for that. Otherwise, it's just too tall. And that's our subjective opinion as designers and architects, not necessarily an objective zoning opinion.
We're scaling this at approximately 1 foot 3 inches is the bottom of the sign face up the rear post from the high part of that grade.
Right.
You know, typically in this part of the country, the state, we try to stay, you know, you don't want to get too low. It starts to be buried in snow. And that's never good for anybody. You know, if we go lower than that, it's not really good for the elements here. And I don't know that just a few inches lowering it will give a whole different view or look to the sign.
Just a little less imposing. How high off of grade is the rear support?
4 foot 9 inches.
15 inches.
Where,
From here to the bottom of the sign.
right, to the bottom of the sign is 15 inches.
And to the top of the sign, and for the finial, is 4.9.
Yeah.
The
Just to
bottom
add
of the
to-
sign from where?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
In the back or the front, because the sign is on a hill. So
In the back, at the high
the
part of
back
the
is
grade.
15.
The back leg of the sign. The bottom of the panel would be 15 inches from grade.
Okay.
And
I
just
move
to
to
add
approve as presented with
Okay.
the rear space from the sign to the grade is 6 inches on the back of on the south end of the sign is 6 inches from grade.
How close is the sign to the road? Or to the back of the retaining wall?
It's pretty much on it, I think, isn't it?
Well, no, you have a tree lawn, then you have a sidewalk.
There's no tree lawn.
It's landscape area. So you're probably talking a neighborhood of.
No,
somewhere-
there's no tree lawn.
No, there's a tree lawn there, Steve.
tree lawn
Yeah?
in the sidewalk.
Yeah,
and
there's
retaining
telephone
wall
poles out
runs.
front. Remember that conversation?
It's the tree lawn, sidewalk and wall.
Yes.
Correct.
So I'm repeating my question, because from what I see on the site plan, there's a box drawn that looks to be approximately 20 feet deep by 8 feet wide. And there is a single dashed line inside that box up against the wall that is the stairs. Is that where the sign is? Or is the sign just behind the wall itself?
Could we see that diagram again?
Yeah, can you put that up there?
Please.
You talking about my site plan, Phil, or are you talking?
Yes.
You're talking about this?
Well, it's the site plan that shows the front line of the building, 25-foot setback.
Yeah, that's my site plan that I marked up to show you the 25-foot vision triangle, where I
Right.
show an 8-foot box where that's where the sign can go.
So where's the site plan that shows where this sign actually is?
There it is.
Right there. 2 foot back
Okay.
from the right of way. So it's 2 foot back from the wall.
The wall is the right of way?
The wall is the right of way. So it's 2 foot back from that.
Okay. And then it's not going to be any taller than 6 feet?
Correct.
From grade, correct.
Because the
Plus
drawing
20
shows
inches.
6'2".
That's the other post.
No,
Look at
that's
table.
to the,
They-
oh, that's just supposed to go to the top of the actual rectangle signboard.
The other side with.
I'm not seeing a 6 foot. Okay.
Basically, you're
What
losing.
happens if we move the sign back?
It would be less obtrusive to those walking up the sidewalk.
Well, that would be one benefit. What's the downside?
How far back do you want to move it?
Well,
As far
given
as he's
it's,
willing to go.
I think we move it back as far as it can go because it's not very far.
The further you push the back, the less visible from the road that you're gonna be. So it's a one-way in to the location. This is a one-way ingress and no
It's a
extra.
large, it's a.
Well, no, you'll
8
see
foot
it from
tall
the
sign.
road because you're in this elevated position above a retaining wall. You're in a unique position where you're really getting to flash a sign. So I don't think backing it up is going to make a big difference.
I mean, how much distance does this show us to the building? Did we have that?
Well, we've got 20, shows about.
Well, that's, so you're probably in the neighborhood of,
People looking for this building are not moving at 65 miles an hour. They're moving at 25 miles an hour. And they seem to have found this building for the last 25 years since it was built. So I'm not understanding why pushing it back and making this less obtrusive to the pedestrian who's far more likely to be confronted with this sign is a bad thing. And I honestly, if you didn't even have this sign, it's not going to affect your business.
The gentleman's just moving into this building.
yeah, Howard Hanna would politely disagree with that in regards to visibility in their neighborhoods that they're at. It's very important to Howard Hanna to have proper visibility. But you understand, I mean, you're probably talking about pushing the sign back roughly maybe 4 feet from where it's at now to get it closer. Keep in mind, in front of that location, you have steps that walk left and right out of the building. You come out of the front of the building, you hit a landing, you can go right or left. Then you have your raised landscape tree lawn area. Then you have the drop off down to a sidewalk. Then you're to a tree lawn for the out by the road. So you have a number of elements going on there. If it's to look to bring that sign to where it's back to where the steps are when you walk out of the building, I don't know that would be an issue with Howard Hanna. I can check on that and see.
Well, if you're walking out, you've already been there.
Well, no.
No, he was just giving a description of the layout.
The whole point is for the neighborhood and new customers and new neighborings to understand that are coming for their services. where
It's,
they're located.
it's an 8 foot tall sign that's 5 feet 4 wide and it almost glows in the dark. So finding this sign anywhere in that front yard would not be a problem.
This is Bill Childs. I wholeheartedly agree with both Phil, Wendy, and Steve about the sign. I, in my office at the corner of Franklin and Washington, looking out my office window, and I can see the telephone pole and a sign with these bright colors. I'll be able to see from my office and read every bit of it. I think, with like Phil said, you guys been here, what, 40, 50 years, everyone knows where it's at. Why can't you take Steve's comment of just using a little non-traditional lettering, maybe on the building, different color scheme, and just take a little, it's a pedestrian access that people walk back and forth from the village. Why couldn't you just take a nice old wood post, do wrought iron, like you see a lot of these wrought iron script, and just do a little 2x2 with that color so bold and dramatic? I will still be able to see that from my office all the way down here, and people aren't going to miss it. And then it's more of a pedestrian, it's more in scale and keeping with pedestrians and walkways, more of a village, and it's all about creating a feeling. it'll be more of pedestrian and more of creating the village feel, the little signs, and instead of this big billboard, which when you walk past it, my God, you're going to be at 6 foot. It's going to be another 2 or 3 feet above your head. That's all I was just going to say.
I would enjoy that sign in a more ideal world.
Howard Hanna was listening at well, they were at the last meeting, understood that the box shaped sign was a concern for the review board, because even though that is a traditional ground sign, that was something that that obviously the village is not in keeping with, does not want to see anymore, even though it's across the street. Is at other locations, you got a BP building right down the road, you got a BP sign out at a corner, same thing. And again, that's history. I know that you're looking to change that character, understand it fully. This sign here is the same kind of sign that's going in a number of town hall feeling village areas. So if what the complaint is not the design, it's the size, right? That's where you don't feel comfortable.
Guys, working with that color scheme.
Why is the color scheme an issue? It's a Dark Hunter color scheme with their branded logo used nationwide. So why would
Garish, it's your logo. It is your logo. It's a garish logo. I feel we're going round and round. I would like to move to approve the sign, to have the south end of the sign 10 inches off the finished grade, and the sign shall be as far back in the zone as possible.
We can work with that.
And I would comment that the top of the sign cannot be any higher than 6 feet from grade.
6 foot, 6 foot from
The top of the face.
To be clear, looking at the S in services, the lowest S in services, that corner of the sign shall be 10 inches off finished grade, and that the sign will be as far back in the approved zone as possible.
Understood.
Okay.
The motion by King. We have a second.
Second.
King.
Unless you're going to buy it.
King.
Yes.
Childs.
Yes.
Naylor.
No.
Okay, it passes. 2-1.
Thank you everyone for your time today. Much appreciated.
.341 Meadow Lane. This is a resubmission from last meeting. You had some questions about the windows and siding.
I'm going to ask Crowley and Dennis to unmute.
This is Brian Crowley and Jennifer Leitner.
There we go.
All right, and this is Dennis Marino with Peerless Homes.
Okay. Let's turn it over to you folks.
All right, we took the suggestions from the last meeting and we switched over to primarily double 4 hardy siding around the whole house with just a couple of accent areas where we'll want to use shake for just a little texture variation. Windows that are being replaced, we're sticking with the original profile of casing and sills. Let's see, I don't know. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's pretty straightforward position. We're adding corner boards as well, so make it very traditional looking, trying to tie the whole building together, make it look more like a single element than a hodgepodge that it is now.
Right. So last time you had suggested the lap siding, and we've gone with that. You suggested retaining the look of the windows with the wide sort of trim around them. We want to continue to do that, even as we change the siding. And then possibly adding the corner boards might return some of that Greek Revival look, because I know that's sort of common in that, but it is not present on the house as it is.
The chimney's already there?
Chimneys are already there, yes.
And you're deciding to not do a front entry at the facade, right? We had talked about that at the central.
Correct. So what we decided to do, so there was a concern from the panel last time that, as proposed last time, that it would look like a front without a door. So to sort of like work with you guys on that, what I decided might look nice is to change the railing on the patio, the wraparound, so that it opens instead of on the center where it currently opens and there would be no door there. It now opens on the door that still faces the front of the street, but it will sort of, as we change the pathway and the railing to align with the door we want as the entry door, it will sort of make it more obvious and more visible from the street that this is in fact a house with a off-center front door.
And then the skylights, are those existing?
Yes, everything else is existing. Mhm.
Okay.
And it's not in the architectural drawings here, but where the roof line comes to an end there at the front, there are those sort of sharper cut-ins that are typical of the Greek Revival. We're keeping those and keeping the boarding that sort of accentuates that style.
Yeah, you were going to develop that cornice return a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like for a full return.
That's what's there now, and we're going to keep that.
Oh,
It doesn't show in the, it doesn't show in this elevation, but
That was just a comment, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
I assume they're windows. They almost look like French doors over the garage door. That's existing, and the light above them is existing. The window above it is.
as the drawings last week indicated, the transom above that large window above the garage is actually a semicircle currently. And we wanted to change it. It's sort of the only window on that part of the house, and we wanted as much light as possible. At some future date, we might want to change that door. Oh, I didn't do it. It's there.
At the door?
It looks a lot like one. It doesn't have a handle or anything.
It's actually two fixed panels molded together there.
It'd be
It is
exciting
actually-
morning, yeah.
I would suggest mutton bars in that transom at least. In any of them.
Yeah, I would put in what we match up with the door below as best we can, 6 lights, 6 or 12 lights, I think, depending on the height of it, probably 12.
Well, it should be whatever those lines of the bottom.
Exactly. We've got 6 lights across basically now, so I think you match up those vertical lines. I see what the proportion is if we need to do a horizontal one as well. I'd probably
Right.
rather keep it simpler.
Right.
Yeah, I think one would be good.
My only comment is on this area right here. Is there a reason you just want to go like what I would get rid of whatever this is? Is this existing?
It is existing, and that was
Yeah, that's what I was
what's left
talking about too, yeah.
yeah, that's what's left of the Greek Revival. I guess this originated as. That's about all that's left.
Came up to it maybe. I mean, another way you could handle this, which would kind of get back to Greek Revival, just put a flat board here that goes straight down. Whoops, sorry. To give it that, if that's already there, and then
fatten up that corner to match it all the way down.
So then it gives it the feel of Greek Revival, since that's already there and you don't want to mess with it. At least it'll give that essence of the 2 pilasters on either side.
That's great. We could do that.
Yeah, sorry, I thought I mentioned that earlier. There was discussion, it's not in the drawings, but of having corner boards and specifically at this front
I
elevation.
think that front elevation, making that as pilaster looking
Yeah.
probably is, yeah, that's a good thought.
Yeah, we're okay with that for sure.
Trying to think of your moved front door, the Dutch door look. I'm trying to think what would maybe be more, excuse me, more appropriate. Is glass necessary for you on that door?
That is an existing door currently. I mean, we're not adding anything there. We're just taking away the one existing door.
Yeah. The photographs we were looking at last time, are they around?
No, Steve, I didn't include those in this submission.
I just remember
You
the
do have
photo.
that floor plan as well, Harry, that, because kind of showed the function of that.
Yep.
Because I remember the door that you're showing as your front door was sort of hidden, and now we're calling it the front door. And
Well, you can see that the floor plan there. I mean, it is recessed back a bit, but it puts you into the middle of the house rather than off on, an odd end that disjointed from everything else.
but you have a door in the traditional position already, and you want to take it out. Once it's
Well,
leave it alone.
Yeah,
Put a
I guess.
table in front of it,
Well, for us, in terms of it being a living space for us, is that, the back of the house, there's a great room and a kitchen that's kind of going to be like the main activity room. And this living room, as it's labeled here on the floor plan, at the front of the house where the current front door is, or one of the current front doors, is going to be more of like a quiet area, like a reading room or something like that, away from the hustle and bustle that's in the kitchen and the greater room in the back of the house. And so that, in keeping with that use of the space, we'd like to not have it be a front door either, and not have there be even a faux door there with a couch in front of it or something that people are going to knock on or try and find a doorbell at. And so the idea with moving the opening on the wraparound porch to align with that recessed front door, it's front facing, it's just recessed a bit, is that it will open it so that it's more obviously the front door to the front of the house. Like the pathway will move that way, the opening to the wraparound covered porch will be there. It will present more.
I mean, if you want us to like spend the money to try to find a more traditional looking front door for the side entrance, that would be an option. I feel like we've taken into account everything that you've suggested. And
As I recall, that existing front door, does it have an oval glass on it?
Am I able to share my screen? I can show you a picture
Can
from
you
the.
take that old door and
the problem with that door is that this house has some water damage because of that not being shored up. And so when the inspector came to look at the house, the whole back side of that door is just, he shown his flashlight, it's covered with mold.
Or mildew.
Mildew. So we don't really want to, I mean, we would certainly reuse it, but in the state that it's in.
It's also not a traditional door. It's not.
Okay,
No,
I
it's-
couldn't
think
see it
it's a-
that
it's-
closely. There are renovator places that if you wanted to get a more traditional door, but if that's existing door,
Yeah, the two doors that are there are existing, but they're not original, and they're definitely not in a traditional style. I mean, I'd be happy at some point in the future
I mean,
to.
this is a challenging project. I think that the siding brings it together. You're using you're putting the window muttons. I would like to see a front door, but I understand. I can go with the side door because there's been so many alterations to the building. And the addition of the corner boards, I think, is a nice addition to it because you're looking for siding and windows here, right?
Correct.
Checking the agenda. Those are my comments.
We have a motion?
I I understand where you are and you're a little here and a little there and you're trying to work with the elements that are there to enhance them. I just caulking that front door shut or getting a really old door for $125 and caulking it shut so you don't have to use it. And the UPS guy, they're not, they're very adept at finding the way in. I would certainly would stop the project for that, but it sounds outrageous, but you have the door only for the vision of the house and nothing more. If you would get an appropriate old door for that center, that would be my personal choice. But I move to approve as presented. The button bars over the rear addition, I'll call it. The fascia board extending down as a corner board. Am I missing something?
I think that's it.
I guess that's it. That's my motion.
Second,
Okay, motion by King, seconded by Naylor. Childs,
Yes.
Naylor,
yes.
King.
Yes.
Okay. That concludes the regular agenda. Is there any walk-ins, Katie?
Oh, no.
Thank you.
Yes,
Well,
thank you.
Thank you.
I have a project that I was thinking of starting. I'll run it by.
Why don't you tell us all about it, Steve?
Actually, I'm up in Michigan and I have the corner of my house jacked up right now.
I
But
did
Gary,
see that.
Harry, you can forget it because I'm hiding up here.
I'm on my way.
12:37. That's back in the Dukas
Wow,
days. Huh?
4-hour meeting. I
Yes,
think we've got till 1 o'clock. I think we
Yeah.
went till 1 o'clock once and that,
that's the Dukas days. Remember the
yeah.
the
Or
steamship.
Water
Yeah.
Street, we were doing Water Street and all that. I think we had
Oh
a
yeah,
few
that's right.
meetings, so.
And
Katie, is
last,
anybody on there wants walk-ins or anything?
if somebody wants to raise their hand and ask a question of the 4 attendees still there, do so now or forever hold your peace. Or chat.
Okay. So let it be said, so let it be done. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you. all.
Yay. Have a great afternoon. Thanks, you guys.
Yeah, have a good rest of the day. What's left?
Yes.
Wow.
I'm already eating my lunch, so. Bye, Dr. King.
Goodbye, Katie.